Привет. Молниеносное продолжение прохождения диска Elysium. Седьмая часть, да? Или шестая? В общем, неважно. Начали. Прям с этой же точки начинаем. Так. В аптеку, что ли, сгонять? Ага, тут еще вот есть мусорка. Там еще мусорка есть, смотрите-ка. Бомжуем мы с тобой, бомжуем. Этого челика мы сейчас будем это, раскручивать преступление. Давай сдадим
The
бутылки.
tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now.
Охренеть.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
What's that magazine she's reading?
I don't know. Frit? I think they think that the extra T makes it funkier. It doesn't.
The story goes that normal Fritta, with 2 T's, a men's workwear shop in Vredefort, was already taken. So when Fritta Retail Inc. grew into a multinational corporation, they had to add an extra letter to avoid trademark infringement.
You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
Да, футуристично, да. Очень круто.
Yeah, they're kind of boring, but, you know.
Пизда тупая, короче, какая-то.
You mean this? This is Pop Stars.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34.
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. They're kind of mean. It's about who's the most stylish. No. I don't like it. I hate it.
We are not the fashion police. We're the real police.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but... A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
She looks up from under her brow.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
She looks up from her magazine, eyes filled with tired ennui.
Yes. What we have is there. In the medicine cabinet. Go take a look yourself. I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so... Not really. No. I didn't know him at all. I don't know, really long. I don't know.
Типичная курица тупорылая, блядь.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything, let us know, okay?
Okay. Uh-huh.
Да. Ну ладно, погнали дальше.
Hello, compatriote. You have something to discuss? Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. Haven't seen anything that funny in a while. God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
He doesn't live in Martinez.
Drugs? They are shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body. You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage.
Так и есть так-то, вообще-то.
Look, I'm gonna be straight with you since you're my kin. I don't know shit, and if I did, I wouldn't tell you. You're a cop. I'm not an idiot. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved his country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to.
If they were getting drunk inside the whirling in rags, how could they know who broke into the lorry?
Логично.
What? Aren't we allowed to say that he's the kips who do all the stealing around here? That's not road science, man. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well. He's a Samaran guy who likes to pretend he's some kind of businessman. Really, he's just selling his employer stuff. Stuff he stole after he broke the seals on his Humanox lorry. Just follow the smell. It smells like apricot and oil when you're nearby.
Yes, yes. Where is he?
Looks like I offended your partner there. Too bad. Sealang's usually a little bit south of here, near the canal. You can't miss him. Just watch yourselves. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. He's your man, all right. 100%.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Guess so.
Сиелэнь, да? Ну, давайте к Сиеленю пойдем. К югу, да? Карта есть. Ага. 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 Давайте сначала вот к этому подойдем. Но это точно не Сиелэнь, да?
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind? Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man? Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some sort of an entrapment thing on me?
Entrapment is a practice whereby an officer of the law induces a person to commit a criminal offense that the person would have otherwise been unlikely to commit, usually through some trickery, persuasion, or fraud.
Then what's your deal here?
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration. Gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo, and it gives me time to work on my rhymes.
A rhymesmith? This is quite credible. It goes with its cadence and way of speaking.
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire.
58%. Что ж, давайте попробуем.
Your best
Блять.
verse? You don't even have a bad verse in here. Just tumbleweed and liquor stains. Wait, no. What are you doing?
That's brutal, man. But you know, time will.
No, stop. He's already mortified.
That's
In the name of God, what are you doing?
yeah, I get that, and it's cool, but yeah. Yeah, I get it. These are your rhymes. They're from your life. Doesn't matter if they're robust, they're honest. So, thanks, man.
He's not lying. He liked the end.
Yes, and I also thank you for stopping. We have a drug investigation to return to. How about we do that?
Блять. Заваливаю рифмы, блять, ёпта. Так. Как-то можно пройти будет? Да, можно.
A Stars Ryko, one of the finest Zhimsk-made motor carriages ever. An oldie, but a goldie. Not many people outside of Grad, and Revachol West too, it appears.
A Stash Raiko KK2. That's a classic model. Never thought I'd see another one repainted after what happened last time.
No, only that the motor carriage is typically baby blue, the colors of Sigismund the Great, an ancient Zhimsk ruler. His banners were famously zephyr and white, the colors of the Stars Ryko.
That's, well, yes, exactly it, more or less. Except it was a crowd of them. Tore him out of the vehicle and ran him over with his own tires. They said it was an honor killing, Hussar style. The James community protested the trial, flying the colors. 5,000 came to protest.
Correction, 4,395, the fourth largest public protest of a criminal trial in Revachol.
Is that so, officer? I'll take you at your word. People we are paid to protect. Let's leave it at that. Four years for murder in Reunion. The perps were remorseful. Their sorry knocked 8 years off the sentence. That's the system.
The prisons in the greater Revachol industrial harbor are already full. Prisoners are expensive to maintain. The longer the sentence, the larger the cost.
I try to avoid drawing far-gone conclusions like these before actually examining the body, but but my initial guess is the two are unrelated. Yes, detective? Okay, I'm not going to honor kill anyone over this, but I've seen it blue and white. It's much better that way.
Угу. Ну ладно. Давайте дальше. Вот опять бабка это, да?
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph in her hands. In the background, the radio plays.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you? Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s. Back in Methka, during the time of the revolution, the sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buenguerro. Until you came along, that is.
Понятно.
This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his jaw the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen, and schoolboys used to memorize all of his lines.
In all likelihood, it's a world that's only ever existed in her mind.
Someone was. They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me or not?
Странно, странно.
They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know? All of this. I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early spring, and the man behind the black sun had just come out. The posters were 20 meters tall. Everything was golden.
Короче, бабка вспоминает свою молодость. Вот в чем смысл этой сцены. И думает, что там было великолепно, короче.
While you, people, were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolution, in Methk, it was a golden age.
The Republic of Mesk is a massive confederation on the Isola of Muindi, the world's largest state by territory. It's a petrostate, a constitutional monarchy, and, as of recently, an outcast due to its tilt to the
Крайне
far
правых
right.
сил. Ага. Понятно. Изгой из-за прихода к власти крайне правых сил. Во как. Смотрите.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole. Diamonds? Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was? Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine. I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean. Then it's contraband, Lowman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermenegildo.
Bad Hand, Hermenegildos' bad hand, strangled 300 people. What can I say? Some people just really like strangling people.
Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to listen to On the Western Plain.
A boyadero, boya for short, is a cowherder from upstream Magritte, the great steppes of northern Mesk. He is a rugged individualist and explorer.
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring Boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain. Of course not. The Boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Maigret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down.
In the background, you can hear the orchestra swell as the screen fills with the maiden's imploring eyes.
So the Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Magritte. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him. The most beautiful. A true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a Boyadero.
She's just a distracted old woman. We should maybe let her get back to her things.
So he doesn't think she's a smuggler.
You hear that, Lowman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Nothing. I just don't think she's connected to anything.
He doesn't want your frail mind caught up in something here. Something unconnected to the case, but connected to this woman tuning out like that.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best communers around. I drive routes no one else will. Lomonosov's Land, Udashnaya Zemlya, the Western Plain, the Transcatolia Magistral, U4-1A, Adestradas du Mirador, all the good ones, the deep trenches, where the bluebirds fly. You're right, Lowman. I'm the one who should take my health more seriously. Thank you for looking out for me. Is that all you woke me up to say? What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel, the great adversary, no drugs can compare. Yes, there is a protagonista and an adversario. I am on the side of the adversary. There's no coming back from that hole.
Those epithets are familiar somehow. The great adversary, the great unrest.
If you don't know,
Maybe if she thought you're corrupt.
you're mad, Lowman. What of it? Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way. Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grad, on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza to Grad, Lowman? No, Lowman, diamonds. Diamonds are good for you, Lowman. You should try them sometime. Make yourself pretty like Eva de Zoras. Easy. He's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. Also, he's the only one I can see from here.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the features of this world. It's a good palate cleanser, this jamboree. Or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back where it will, to the Great Plains.
I think we're done here, no?
Yes, go. Enough jamboree. I need to get back to Mesky.
Ну ладно. Короче, уже 10 часов. Пойдемте. Пойдемте. Спать. Короче. Потому что мозги не будут работать, если ты не спишь. Или спишь плохо, они тоже будут работать хуёво. Я сам на себе, ну, себе знаю.
Even by the
Наконец-то.
standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy. Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola. Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person. But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction. You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry, he was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy. That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later, right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Elysium Bay. This is slander. The king was just and beautiful. The revolutionaries made this all up. Cocaine. His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the higher realms. Beneath the cold waters of the Elysium Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum. The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinaise was leveled. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the communards had more time, they would have reduced it up to even finer pieces. Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit. Neither do people in Martinaise. The statue has proved to be controversial in a neighborhood mostly populated by the left-leaning working class. Philip III, the squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death. Not that he ever did in life either.
Вот так вот. Нормально. Я получил очков. Давайте попробуем. Так, что это? Подожди, трипковое собирательство. Интровибир, чего? Проблема решения. Временный бонус за исследование. Нет, время исследования 5 часов 55 минут. Что это такое? 90-100. Очки навыков 2. Усвоить. Что это будет? 15 интродрифт. Что это? Остановить. Тряпка собирательства. Хрена себе, сколько тут мыслей, блядь. Шкафчик мыслей. И что с этой хуйней делать-то? День тайна радио. Ебать, тут, посмотрите, много, сколько этих. Подведение итогов скинем в конце дня. О, вот что мне нужно. Так, мы будем сумрак, внушение, полицейская волна, самообладание, покерфейс, техника, эти карманы, эквилибристика. Целься, огонь. Ну, в принципе, можно сюда пиздануть на самом деле. А сколько у меня навыков-то? 1 всего лишь. Стойкость. Вы кукловод. Внушение. Очень много полезных навыков, кстати. Сила воли. Восемь, 9, 10, 11. Да. Очки навыков 2. Давайте восприятие прокачаем. И интуиция, чутье, сны наяву. Да. Так, давайте поговорим с ним.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe.
Вот, так как я и сказал, игра тебе предложит так или иначе закончить день.
You should take care of that then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM
Давайте
shouldn't be
поговорим с
sleeping in
ним.
the street. We'll figure something out.
Что-нибудь придумаем. Ну да. Откуда у меня столько денег, блять? О. Все съебались с улицы. Вообще все. Кроме этой подруги. О, смотрите, сколько там народу сидит уже.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. The trash collection service? CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threads that solves itself down the road. Thank you anyway.
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene. I think fugue states are more your forte, officer.
Ваш конек.
Yes? Yes, have you got it? A lot. A lot. For the room, drinks, and broken window, 130 real. Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me? Game? Everything is just a game to you, isn't it? Not until you bring me the money.
Okay, I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure. Regular people just call it the cage. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal. There are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity. A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence. I don't know, is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back. Yes, there's one 100 meters south of here. I think it's called Roy's Nest or something. If I'm not mistaken, it should be open late. No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cup with spinners. That would be outrageous.
He flashes a smile.
Конечно, он
really
хотел,
visible in the dark.
конечно же, он хотел себе их поставить. Это с самого начала понятно было.
As I said, they're useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these earlier.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
Все, поехали. Поехали продавать. Глупо в этой ситуации было бы не взять эти колпаки. Погнали отсюда. Та тетка, наверное, так и стоит на яхте, да? Скорее всего. Вот это вот, наверное, ломбард. Ну-ка. Тетка стоит. Да, стоит, попивает чаек.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked. The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response. The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside. Doesn't matter who I am. Now go on, get out of here.
From within comes the faint sound of a broom sweeping across the concrete floor.
Ha! The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door. There must be another entrance to the east.
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
There is no reply. Just faint sweeping sounds inside.
О, сука старая. Так, а как туда попасть? Ну, блядь, ты где этот ломбард-то ебучий, я не понял. Где этот ломбард ебаный?
Hey, what's that noise down there?
Может быть, с этим поговорить чуваком?
You see
Да.
a young man on a balcony
Курильщик.
nursing a cigarette.
На
His
балконе.
eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
It's the voice of someone who has something to hide, my liege.
Sorry, I don't have time for this. I just want to finish my cigarette and be gone.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
That's definitely not his real name.
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice? I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate of when the body will be taken away?
We will remove the body as soon as possible. Now tell us, where were you last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
No, not you two. Some more muscular type.
Мускулистый.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He's an actor declaiming a soliloquy. See how you hang on his every word?
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over. He was my Sunday friend.
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the dull and darkening sky, the neighboring windows stand silent.
No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Ока, 42%. Хуёво.
Time to
Да,
bring
так и
out your
знал.
secret charm. Tears and begging. Show him your emotional side. Throw yourself before his very feet like a dog.
Блять. Блять.
No, for God's sake, I don't want you to cry. Listen, I really have to go. Good luck with the investigation.
Какой-то гомик, блять, походу. Точно пидорас. Я прям вот вижу, блять.
He's gone.
Воскресный друг у него еще есть. В жопу, наверное, пялиться приходит.
No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself. He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. There has to be a way of getting inside the building. Let's go check out the door near the pier again. Once we found the way in, we can ask around for his apartment.
Блять, я найду сегодня. Это что еще за говно?
A stone,
Камень.
like any other, lying in a whirl of
Камень
sleep
лежит в
and mud.
смеси снега и
Maybe
грязи.
there's something under it. There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity it doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has hundreds of apartments.
Должно быть от главного входа. Это потому что, наверное, прокачал навык замечать происходящее вокруг.
We'll just have to go in and see.
Volumetric shit compressor.
Тряпкособиратель. Черт побери.
Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars, not law officials. It remains to be seen how long the shit singularity lasts.
Стойкость. Все белые проверки разблокированы. Стойкость. Лимит улучшений повышается до 4. Принять. Что мне делать теперь? Остановить. Забыть. Очко навыков одно есть. Давайте внушение. Принять. А то такие чуваки будут уходить от меня. Так. Тут что? Угу.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care. Sully soif.
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here. That's a plausible hypothesis. It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right? It's like one of your disco tapes, only for a computer. Really? You don't have a single guess? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on the filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter. I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge.
Didn't you see one right next to the breaker box?
Да-да-да, это оно.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner. There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you. Below the pathetics, terror. Do not look into its blue heart. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want. If you want it to be kitchen tissue, it can be kitchen tissue. It's not though, it's toilet paper. Still wet, the toilet paper, I mean kitchen tissue, sorry, peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off your finger and voila, the ledger now looks marginally better.
В говне было.
An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip. The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before. Looks like an official mark, made to be low visibility outside the right circumstances. It is similar to the RCM watermark on your blazer the lieutenant mentioned. Didn't he say something about the headlights of his motor carriage? That you can read these there?
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property. It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
Maybe yours will have how many cases you've solved.
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do. Yes, RCM vehicles have headlights tuned especially to reveal halogen watermarks.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters, RCM. Blue. The blue heart. Don't look into it. Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment? And something small inside, light, made of paper or cardboard, or dried flowers perhaps.
Неужели там удостоверение, лол?
Permeables. It's not hidden per se. The compartment is made for permeable materials that would get damaged if something happened to it. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center. With your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board.
%, блять. Понюхать жену.
The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself, and then sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner. You know, like the bits they put into public piss bowls, probably called Fermi Discrete, or Axel, or something. At some point in its journey, the ledger has seen the inside of a public toilet. Which? You're not sure you smelled this one yet. Or worse, you have the nagging feeling you might have missed it. They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered with faint red lines, forming short paragraphs. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible. Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases undertaken, not completed, mind you. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average.
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes. Two? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me. That's okay. We all do, sooner or later.
Like a fan of gills, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense, if mostly illegible. Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name. A title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and vespertine cop show staples. Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case. Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the hookah parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene? Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, almost everyone in the RCM does. It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves. Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself. I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. Once all the tasks are accomplished, the case is complete. The tasks you've completed flow out of the kind green ape pen in a brash freehand similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple, a language developed for mental rigor and simplicity. Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria manager. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of place. A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens' militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
No, actually. Any ideas?
На ярости живут в зеркалах, лол. Ходящее солнце, говно на палке, честно говоря, не знаю. Говно на палке. Давай первое.
That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. We have a very good name for the case now. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now.
О, ну давай.
Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB41, then date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120111700, the next world mural. Why, yes, your precinct number is 41. Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it, and these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials. That is improbable. It takes about half an hour to piece one together using the system you've devised. Where do you want to start?
Да, вообще попозже надо.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard.
42%. Блять. Ну, надо пробовать, я думаю.
Is not
Ну,
what you
естественно.
end up doing. You squeeze the plastic to slide it open, but nothing happens. Then you bend it some. Then crack it. The goddamn thing is stuck. The ledger quivers in your hand. As it shakes, the pages rustle. This pathetic mess suddenly afraid of you for some reason. In the back, you see thin, translucent copy paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out. Then rip them from the binder and hand them out, according to type of form. 3. The topmost are misconduct fines, the middle ones are station calls, and the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work. These are quite sinister in turn. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing. All in a print so small it could be considered downright cute. A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs. A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. The details of issuing these fines are spread out over the rest of the fields. But they appear pleasantly vague. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and field autopsies to dead guys. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copier paper. It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much. Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage? Understood. You're that kind of detective. Why don't you get back to your case? The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner. Your finger moves through the various streets, across routes that finally come into a halt on the spot where you are currently standing. Although the map
Разобраться, кстати. Ясен хер не получится. Блядь, да где этот ебаный... Как его там называют? Хищный рыбаков.
Hey, up here, Piggo.
Ага, мы вошли. Я так и не нашел, в общем, ломбард. Хотя вот тут он, наверное, скорее всего. Центр расстрела богачей. Квартира 8. Ого, сколько.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10. The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. You can feel tension on the other side. A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason.
Это понятно.
You hear someone.
Ага, окей. Так, это что? Пятиконечная звезда? Что
This
это?
door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says number 11. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise.
Лучше достать болторез, иначе тут ничего не добиться.
No reply.
Нет ответа. 3%. Ага, инструмент должен быть в руках. Ну давай попробуем. Предмет, это что? Давай.
This door has been closed with a padlock.
58%.
The
Ну давай
chalk-drawn number
попробуем.
on the board says number. The
Да,
shackle
есть.
snaps like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor with a little
Скоро
thud.
ломается.
It should be possible to enter now.
Теперь ты можешь
After
войти.
you, detective.
Все, вас, детектив. Так.
That isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers.
Коммунистический
The
символ.
iconography of communism, in other words.
I'll keep my armistice handy, detective.
He doesn't actually reach for his gun. The Star and Antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mazov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the Star and Antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure. To symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it. The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist in accord with the natural world, and at the same time above it. Because white is the color of peace. Communism is the ideology of gutless intellectuals and clueless university students. They don't care about the real working man.
Давайте сначала вот тут пройдемся. Тут много чего есть. Блять, уже 12 часов ночи, ёптать. Я буду спать или нет? Что это? Ого! Очки с открытым за аудитор. Логика, авторитет. Хуя, блядь. Лол. Патроны даже есть, смотрите-ка. Прикол. Балкон. Вообще ничего не понятно. Громкий раскатистый храп. Магний. Алкогольные эффекты от использования веществ. Плюс 1 физиология, минус боевой дух. Осталось применить 3. Ха. Плитка в ванной комнате покрыта самым настоящим мхом. Ебать. На шторке в душ какая-то слизь. Сперма, что ли? О. Так. Обувь 3 разных размеров. Ага, окей. Бля, надо спать идти. Ну, в смысле, в игре. Так. На востоке виднеется бордовое свечение городских огней. На востоке, вдалеке слышен шум машин, но на город опускается ночь. Это вот здесь вот чувак стоял, курил. В этом электрощитке полно проводов и окурков. Прям как у меня дома. Занавески сдвинули совсем чуть-чуть. Изнутри кто-то наблюдает. Угу. Интересно. Просто дверь в данный момент не представляет для тебя интереса, да. Тут что? Ничего, да? Это что? Кто-то выращивает розмарин, чабрец и кактус. На эту дверь не забудешь. Дверь квартиры 29. Абсолютно тишина. Никого нет дома. Дверь квартиры 30. Изнутри доносятся голоса. Кто-то подпевает под бодрую танцевальную музыку. Угу, туда не пройти. Ну ладно. Окей. Дальше. Потом здесь спустимся. Давайте сначала, ладно, так уж и быть, исследуем вот эту дверь. Давай, проходи. Яркий плакат с настоящую фотографию. 9-миллиметровый патрон. Интересно. Ух ты. Пиджак интересный какой-то. Ну-ка. У меня что дает? Полицейская волна. Это концептуализация. Давайте посмотрим. Концептуализация. Полицейская волна. Ну, лучше так и оставим на самом деле. Потому что... Угу. Красный командир. Нет, мы его пить не будем. Книги с критической теорией об ужасах капитала и всяком таком. Понятно. Фотографии революционеров и позирующих с оружием на переезд. Но фишка в том, что откуда там идет, ну видите, там идет типа, ну, свет, как будто там на улице светло, а сейчас уже 11:30 ночи. Откуда? Откуда там свет будет идти? И свет не похож, чтобы это был какой-то от фонаря или такого плана. Нет, это именно что дневной свет.
A
Странно.
plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kraz Marzov. Honestly, he does kind of look like you after all.
А прикиньте, ты окажешься Красов Мазовым вот этим. Прикиньте. Зоофил.
Hold on a second. Is this why you broke in here? To find out whether you're Krasmazov? Sure you are. Well, you both do seem to share an affinity for sideburns, but it seems like old Kras here didn't drink nearly as much as you. Ah, very well. Let's look for identifying features then. Doesn't he have a birthmark right here? What about you? Alright, but here's the big thing. Krasmazov looks Samaran, and you don't. Good, so you're not him. It's decided. You are not the most famous philosopher of the modern period. The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting.
The lieutenant raises a brow.
Thank you for sharing this wonderful opinion on human sexuality. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems.
И все, что ли?
You hear someone walking around inside, rearrange.
Все, уходим нахуй. С бабкой потом будем пиздеть. Это что? Блять, куда меня это выведет? Ага, это вывело меня на балкон. Ну что ж, тоже неплохо.
Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building. It towered over the harbor until it happened. A great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. Fired from the water, a straight shot into Revachol. The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling, until it was destroyed and they had a direct firing line. The waves of the Martinez Inlet roll over the fallen remains of the building. The dark waters obscure the better part of the remains. What didn't fall into the ocean was used as scrap. What wasn't used as scrap was thrown into the ocean. Those arches acted as support for something greater than what you see now. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Restoration has failed. What the shelling took out was never rebuilt. A fleet, the combined armies of Occident and Grad, with Mesk volunteers, a 5-nation army, hundreds of vessels. They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful. The ships not only required gyroscopic stabilization, they were anchored into the ocean floor as well. Many are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on the water, far in the northeast. Cannons still ready to placate Revachol. Coalition warship Archer can shoot 50 shells a minute on 20 co-aligned archers. They will reach the city in 58 seconds.
The coalition. But that was a long time ago. I think we should move on. It's chilly up here.
Это где он стоит? А, да, он в текстуру провалился, смотрите. Угу. Блин, это подруга, блядь. Сверху хлопает на этом брезент, ржавеют забытые молотки, гвозди. Стул новый, там кто-то живет. Чё? Ага, там кто живет. Ага, окей. Давайте войдем. И где мы окажемся сейчас? В общем, поговорить с этой тёлкой в старушечьем одеянии и с бабкой в старушечьем же одеянии мы будем потом. Ох, мать твою. Что это? Сотни крошечных лапок снуют там под решеткой. Городские крысы. Здесь кто-то спал недавно. Печенка снаружи, возможно. Этого угля хватит не на одну зиму. Пахнет химией. Так. Ух ты, шорты. Рабочие джинсы. Ну-ка, давайте посмотрим. А что у меня дает? Эквилибристика, электрохимия +1. Скорость реакции, эквилибристика. Поражайте великолепием. Скорость реакции. -1. Это чем можно вот это взломать, интересно? Инструменты. Монтировка. Давайте попробуем. О, я понял. Вот эти штуки можно монтировкой ебашить. Все ясно. Супер. Угу. Блядь, я так и не нашел ломбард этот ебаный, блядь. Угу. Волны бьются в темноте о берег. Это что? Кто-то пробил стену. Ну-ка. О, тут можно пройти. На столе старый список покупок и банковские платежи.
What happened here? It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here.
Ну, естественно.
Indeed.
Действительно. Давайте посмотрим. На зафет и на 20. Ну, хоть что-то. Какие-то, блядь, пожитки, так сказать. Но я так и не понял, где здесь находится... О, военно-морское пальто. Прикольно, слушайте, ну-ка, а тут что? Полицейская волна. Внушение, сумрак. Сумрак, внушение. Внушение можно, да? Полицейская волна, сколько? 3. Ну, пока что у меня типа как сбалансировано получается. Блять, ну а где здесь? Собственно говоря, этот ломбард. Ломбард где? Ёпта. Где ломбард? Хижина богов, церковь, you are here. Вот тут, наверное, да? Я так подразумеваю. Хотя там же океан вроде был, да? Может быть, тут можно как-то пройти, нет? Да, вот, как-то можно здесь пройти вниз. Точняк. По улице. Давайте по-быстрому. Давай. Это что? О, еще одна хуйня. Так. Электрохимия. Перчатки, смотрите, перчатки нашел. Одежда. Перчатки без пальцев. Следы от никотина на пальцах. Темно-синие перчатки без пальцев, с пятнами бензина. Они сильно потерты, но еще довольно теплые и удобные, поскольку сделаны из натуральной шерсти. Да, давайте. Странно, вот этот баг, ребят. Вот это баг, однозначно. Да, это оно. Вот здесь вот. Шлюз на ремонте до среды 7:15.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque. This panel usually closes the water lock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything. You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then, nothing happens. The spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the water lock to get across the canal. some other way. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
Была. А, маслом вниз.
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. Two ugly lines mar the bright countenance of the blonde boy depicted. Whatever it is, the boy on the billboard seems very happy about it. Goat milk butter. The Samaran terrain makes it easier to raise goats than cows, and the local goat farmers produce high-quality meat and dairy staples that add variety to other nations' diets. It's an acquired taste.
72%.
Judging by the size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber, the cause was probably a motor vehicle. These look like the same tire tracks I saw earlier, in front of the whirling rags. The lieutenant looks on, waiting for you to wrap up your analysis.
Давайте следующим утром придем, еще рано. Уже поздно, блядь, 10-й раз повторяю сам себе, неважно. Поехали. Так. Какое-то устройство, древний кассовый аппарат. Кинотекуется кинопроектор. Плюс женщина, то есть таблички проста, да и... Так.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty. Try to find something pretty and cool here, then use it to win over. Yes, buy something nice, a figurine.
8%, маловато.
Big men on big horses, clad in lamella armor and carrying flintlocks, the kind that would mow down a line of enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye.
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets.
This is what the loyalists look like, yes, at first. Then they wised up and got camouflage.
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colours indiscriminately.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of them carry pistols. Some even shovels and tall sticks.
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? Yes, they are soldiers, revolutionary soldiers. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win. Maybe.
Давайте попробуем.
Why?
Да, есть.
What's this?
Хоть
A headless
наконец-то мне
man riding
повезло
a horse.
при таком
A
роли.
headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say foul.
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider. The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit. Has used 50 cents. Bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations.
He lost his cap when he lost his head. Perhaps he's looking for the head.
Давайте.
Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
Окей. Хорошо. Давайте с ним поговорим, а потом мы сюда еще раз
It's not
вернемся. Уже
often that I
12
see
часов ночи,
officers
ебаный
from
рот.
the RCM
Ко
in
мне
my
было в бар,
pawn
сейчас
shop.
заходят сотрудники РГМ через застройку, не спеша поворачивается к
What
тебе.
can I do for you?
Служить, спрашивает он.
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
I haven't had any problems myself, though some of my customers have complained about inconsistent law enforcement.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travellers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake. People, as you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained.
Entertained? He might be high. If he is, on what?
Traffic? I'm sorry, officer, but I don't drive. I just don't like it very much. Movement on the road never really gelled well with the movement of my thoughts. Now that I think about it, I do remember hearing a thunderous noise the other night. Some kind of powerful electric vortex hitting the shop and then moving on.
That sure narrows down our list of suspects.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. I didn't really know what to make of it, but I know it meant something. Traffic? Now that I...
That sure narrows down our list of
He shakes his head
Мгм,
slowly.
понятно.
I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have. I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business, bad for everyone.
He doesn't know anything. The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Давайте вот это. 42%. Попробуем.
Okay,
Ну, понятно.
he definitely is high. Whatever it is, you've probably done it, and many other things besides. But you can't cut through the jumble of sensations to get to the answer. Looking at his wares, talking to him, that might give you more clues.
Угу.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump-a-mesk banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course, I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
Thank you. Here's the 130 real you need for the
Угу.
bill. Do not waste it.
А я думал, у меня все 200 будут, лол.
The rest is for him, to compensate for the pain of being separated from his radiant spinners.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Одежду. Да,
I'm
попробуем.
not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. Somebati's summer dinghy rates is 31. What a pleasant time that was. So, what do you want to know? Price? I can give you 320 for it. A pin from 31 ought to be priced at 310, but I added another 10 cents just to be nice. Sure thing. So, do you want to sell anything?
Давайте.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Открытка Буги-стрит. Как мне это продать? А, вот так, наверное, да? Пока что больше и нечего, кстати. Ну все.
Another time, perhaps.
Все, короче, уходим нахуй. Спать. Уже 12 часов пробило, ёпта. Охуеть. Быстрые деньги, скоротечные времена. Наконец-то я нашел ломбард. Бабки нету. Дверь закрыта.
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? Well,
Ну. Да подавись ты. Вот, прости за неудобство. Вот 130 реалов.
great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow.
Так, отлично, офицер, спасибо. Это все, чего я хотел. Стой, сарай.
I'll unlock the electronic lock to your room. All the doors lock automatically at 9 p.m. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
Прошу вас с завтрашнего дня оплачивать постой заранее. 20 реалов за ночь. Блять. Тебе, короче, нужно будет каждый день 20 реалов находить где-то.
I'll take a room here too.
Я тоже возьму номер.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests.
Всегда рад новостям.
Anything else I can do for you?
Вам еще что-нибудь помочь?
Do I have a shaker in my hand?
Руки шейкер.
Is this a shaker?
Шейкер.
It's not a shaker. It's nothing. He's holding nothing. It is but an imitation.
Am I wearing a little bow tie? Am I wearing a bow tie and doing this? Am I smiling? Do you see me smiling and shaking my little shaker? No. Do you know why?
Почему?
Because I'm not a bartender. I'm a cafeteria manager. Is there anything else you wanted?
Play it calm. This man needs to understand you need a drink to help the community.
Да не буду я
deal
это
with
объяснять.
police stuff.
Делать бухать хочу, нет? Алкоголик, мне нужна доза. Мое топливо, спирт, иначе я не работаю. Ну ладно, мне нужно еще кое-что.
Like what?
До свидания. Все, идем спать нахуй. Кстати, все время хотел погромче сделать. Настройки. Чуть-чуть мысль.
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it. The living shit. Your mesolimbic reward pathway does not mince words. It wants smokes. Who knows what you are? A monster, a murderer, the gnome of Jeroma? You feel like a smoker. Especially when you look at that juicy, succulent, seductive cigarette stub, still smoldering.
В смысле тлеет? Уже прошло 14 часов с момента, как я разговаривал с этой бабой, блядь.
How very astute of you. This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette, or better yet, an entire pack. Strike that. A carton. Make sure they're all healthy and able-bodied. Then smoke them all. Good. They'll make you stronger and better.
Что,
You're
блядь?
too old to be cool now. But find cigarettes, smoke them, blam. Instantly a cool renegade man. A mystical red dragon with smoke rising from his nostrils. Plus, smoking them gives
Да
massive
не хочу я
bonuses.
курить, идите нахуй, блядь, я не хочу курить. Не хочу курить, иди нахуй.
It's not often that I... What can I...
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his...
I haven't...
Who are you?
All kind... As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose. It keeps me...
entertained. He might be high. If he is, on what?
Traffic. I just don't... Now that I think...
That sure narrows down our list of suspects.
He shakes his head, slowly.
I doubt it, but I can try. I do my...
He doesn't know anything. The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Yes.
Roy takes...
Yeah,
No one...
of course.
Thank you. Here's the 130.
The rest is...
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Son Baptiste's summer dinghy rates. So, a pin from 31, sure thing. I'm not purchasing any more clothes. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
Okay. He definitely is high. Looking at his wares, talking to him, that might...
Терял время. Еще, сука, эта вся эта хуйня очень, сука, долго грузится, блядь. Тут грузиться-то нечем. Игра стоит на SSD-шке, блядь. Грузится по полчаса, нахуй. Так вообще возможно?
Can I help you? Do I have...
It's not a shaker.
Am I smiling? Because I...
Play it calm. This man needs to understand you need a drink to help the community deal with...
Like what? Yes, have you... Well... Great, thank you, officer. That's all. Please pay...
I'll take...
Of course.
Навыков, отлично. Что мне здесь надо сделать? 1 очко навыков. Уф, блядь. Внушение. Давайте внушение сделаем. Да. Принять. Все, съебываем. Сохраняемся на всякий случай.
You should pick that fat, the living Who knows what? How very astute of you. This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette. Or better yet, an entire pack. Strike that. Good. Thinking about yummy cigarettes in your mouth is the next best thing. Make sure you think about juicy sticks of tobacco, and when you're done thinking about them, graduate to getting them. Plus, smoking them gives massive bonuses.
Больше преимуществ. В итоге можно было
This is the door
перезагружать.
to the room you redecorated.
Это дверь в номер, где ты провел косметический ремонт.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Ладно, пойдем. Ну давай. Не, игрушка интересная. Игрушка интересная.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
О, блядь.
Where shall we begin?
Зажигает
We
сигарет.
should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM.
Эта баба съебалась все-таки. Вот эта негритянка.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
Hmm.
I apologize, but I only brought one with me. I have exactly one cigarette every night while going over my notes.
Mm-hmm.
You mean this? This isn't good. It's an unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy.
Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man relishes his cool quite a bit, Lola told me.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day.
Еще как.
Well, you were so hungover that you couldn't keep it down when we approached the hanged man, so we didn't even inspect the body. But we performed a thorough search of the premises of the crime scene. That's great. It's not my job to evaluate your methodology, officer. I'm just going through the facts. As for the interviews, we weren't able to find the union leader, Evrard Claire, much less interview him, so that's on the to-do list for tomorrow. We tried to interview the Waipan's rep, but she asked us to do something for her first. Fine, so be it. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us.
If Kim is emphasizing something this much, it really must be important.
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age, and in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. An aerostatic passes overhead, the whiskers of its floodlights on the ground below. Kitsuraga's glasses light up as he looks to the sky. Two glowing circles.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different in land, in Jamrock and the GRIH. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs. to the union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our 2 precincts. We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate. Me too, but I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes make him look younger, not older.
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule. The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol. Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold sleep. It prevents confusion and overcrowding. You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up. We are permitted to use whatever force we deem necessary, even lethal.
Прикольно.
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best. Yes, the last time was 4 years ago.
He has internalized it well. It's just that, a fact, a self-contained past event.
That's an improbability, perhaps even impossibility. Precinct 41 is known for a higher than average rate of police violence. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them. Yes, the international community's mission in Revachol, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
Or if they think you do.
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed. There are a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world. Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something ominous. Something even a little feminine, but in a strict manner. Something like the dark blue, serious color of the early night sky above.
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen. What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me. Do you?
Есть на самом деле два варианта классные. Это вот этот вариант. Нет, вру, вот этот. Точнее, даже три, слушайте. Короче, вот этот пиздатый. Вот этот пиздатый. И вот этот пиздатый. Давайте вот этот ответим.
Well phrased. I understand answering to foreign powers doesn't sit well with immigrant bashing, but without the EMI, we would be common vigilantes. That's just the way it is.
Что кто такие вигиланты, блядь?
Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are vigilantes. At least the union thinks so. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
Смотреть на перекресток. Ну давайте сейчас посмотрим, что это такое. Вигиланты, блядь. Вигиланты. Вигилант. Персоны или группы, целью которых является преследование лиц, обвиняемых в настоящих или вымышленных поступках и не получивших заслуженное наказание в обход правовых процедур. А, вот как. Спасибо, уйти.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Входим. О, как. Ну все, уходим. Увидимся утром. Ну, я думаю, да. Давай, уходим утром. Так. У меня здесь просто неописуемый эпитетом, который поэт. Давайте поглядим, что там у меня в одежде есть. Плюс. Так. Электрохимия. Вот, штаны. Да, но у меня и тут электрохимия, кстати. Тут что? Не, у меня нету бонусов. Нету бонусов, поэтому...
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Пытаться остановить процесс формирования гримас. 3%. Пиздец. Техника сложная. 12. Почините вентиль. Хватил бы. Ага. Ага. Болторез нужен, да? Ну, давай. Давай.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned
28%.
with the expression.
Ну давай попробуем.
The chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. You've probably never been a plumber.
Хорошо. Нырнуть пучины разума и поиск источника гримас. 83%. Давай.
Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad place somewhere in the past. That's all you know for now.
Чего-то дурного в прошлом. Как и все остальное, что есть в тебе, больше ты пока не знаешь. Пиздец. Уёбнулись нахуй.
The window stands broken in its frame. The morning light hurts your eyes. It's hazy, but you see the ocean and some war-torn buildings.
Да какое утро, блядь, 1:30 ночи.
The fan stands still.
Все, спим.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
Все, спим нахуй.
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes.
Наконец-то.
And then sleep doesn't come.
Не приходит сон, блядь. Ты не засыпаешь. Пиздец. А, нет, doesn't, да.
Sleep doesn't
Вот,
come.
не приходит, да. Ну я хочу. Почему?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Давай подушку.
Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly.
Естественно.
Smells of alcohol and
Спиртом,
sweat
потом и жиром.
and grease. It barely covers your toes, stretches over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily.
Да, это верно.
It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
Да, постоянно такая хуйня. Кто его убил? Кто? Нет, нужно спать. Хватит думать,
Your
засыпай.
breathing steadies. A great silence
Ночью
washes
нельзя
over
думать.
you until your eyelids
выравнивается.
twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Океан тишины. Блять. Какие еще образы, блядь? Вы чё, ебанутые? О май... Что? Блядь, вы ебанутые, нахуй. А нельзя. О, ты повешенный, лол. Просто охуеть.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? Do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
Чью?
Do you remember the warmth of her thighs between her legs and in her mouth? Oh no, funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left, while you just stood there with one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching it go. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. All of it. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium. Everything. The Pale and the Isolas on the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people, and you failed every single one of them. No, you haven't. You're just sleep talking, and the act is wearing thin too. The spots on the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time, sweating up the bed. Stinky boy.
Stinky boy, блядь.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding? You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too, so soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork, barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Пиздец какой-то творится, блядь. Полный пиздец.
Good going, buddy. Yes, wait till you see the one with the chick in it. It's gonna be a good one. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
Пиздец. Что за тёлка?
You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think. It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster.
Вот оно что.
Time to get some more.
Надо догнаться.
You're too weak to say no now.
Пиздец.
Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline. Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor?
Ох, ёб твою мать.
It's power, man. It's professionalism. It makes you feel like you're young again and ready to detect, ready to go to war against the world. Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then.
Пиздец.
You will be fired.
Спиды, блядь.
Suit yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
Хорошо.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your
Доступно. Все, уходим нахуй. градусов. Где там будет наш дружбан?
The door is closed.
Наша тяночка, Петяночка. Музыка приятная, кстати. Уже 5-й раз говорю, или 10-й. Ух ты.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the union. These men here. Men who drink beer for breakfast? There's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them. That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay? Everything points to the Dock Workers Union. The tracks in the mud, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information. Which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy. One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Мы не начали. Он снова смотрит в зал для профсоюза. С ним прямо сейчас мы можем просто пройти мимо, заняться другими делами.
Yeah,
Да, мудрое
streetwise.
решение. Проскочить
Zoom
мимо,
right
начать
past.
разговор на своих
Do it on your own terms.
условиях.
But
Ну,
aren't you
будет тебе интересно,
curious
что
to
они
know
скажут
what
про
they have to
убийство.
say about the murder?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they
Чувствуют
own
свою
the place.
лицензионную
Anyway, I leave that choice to you.
образование, место,
Whatever you
вариант.
decide.
Я понял. Давайте внушение. Так, био-АФК. Нужно отойти. Скоро вернусь. У нас появилась внутренняя империя 4. Интуиция, чутье, сны наяву. деталями. Техника. Технику давайте повысим. Принять. Для этого давайте вот еще что. Предметы. Планшет.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board,
80%.
with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Картограф, привет. Давайте попробуем 58%.
Just relax.
Есть.
The two sides of the board are slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off the slides. All you need to do is bend the plastic on your knee, slowly.
Как делишки? Ну, все хорошо. Игру прохожу. Игра нравится. Стиль в игре есть. Игрушка такая философская, глубокая. Вот. Такая, ну, с таким серьезным налетом депрессивности, кстати. Вот. Она прям пробирает мощно в этом плане. Как бы, вот как-то так. Пока что все хорошо. Сегодня пойду в рейд в Варкрафте. У нас сегодня Каражан. Должен быть, по крайней мере. Должен быть. Через 5 часов. В 3 часа дня. Так что как-то так. Просто расслабься. Два края планшета немного разошлись. Такой прикошенный надежный ящик. Нужно только осторожно перегнуть планшет через колено.
The slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, you know.
Стоп, я почему-то не хочу. Крышка
Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other.
Так,
The compartment
легко и
is
беззвучно
now
пластины
open.
сдвигаются. Тайник открыт. Что
Two
внутри?
ticket stubs and
Два
a
билета и
handmade
открытка
postcard.
ручной работы. 2 билета и открытка ручной работы. Взять билет, взять открытку. Убейся нахер, ублюдок. Взять билет.
Two octopuses are smiling, reaching
Ну,
their tentacles
потихонечку понимаю,
toward each
какие
other
игры
in
вас
the colored pencil
интересовывают.
drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The
Ну,
aquarium costs extra.
Сейчас он
These let you
договорит.
go there too.
Меня заинтересовывают разные игры. Вообще разные. Да, есть жанры, которые мне прям совсем не нравятся, и которые совсем не интересны. И уже такой разговор, кстати, был. Один раз точно, а может быть даже уже два. Вот. Меня разные игры интересуют. Не интересуют, наверное, пожалуй, только гонки какие-нибудь. Дрочильни. Какие-нибудь сетевые, блядь. Ну, я не знаю, что еще. Еще там парочка жанров, наверное, каких-то. Сейчас не буду даже вспоминать, пытаться. А так, вот такие вот игры меня интересуют точно. Два нарисованных цветными карандашами. Оплачивается дополнительно. Теперь это можно пройти туда. Взять открытку.
Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue. It smells of chewing gum, apricot flavored. A touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. You think the label says tutti frutti.
Тутти-фрутти, я помню эту хуйню.
Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card, looped, round letters in a woman's hand. A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile, you think. Although that is not something you can read from someone's handwriting. begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Throw it away, please. Outside, you hear the wind howl. A sudden gale blows in from Martinez, flapping street signs and window blinds.
Come outside.
Far away and outside, the reeds hiss with desperation. Step out. Your hand shakes, holding the card. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest, down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No, hold on. To what? There's nothing.
Detective, is everything all right?
Это что было? Не понял. Что это было?
There is nothing. Again. Nothing sad, brother. No treachery, just blackout.
Тихо, что это было?
Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you, that's still there.
Огонёк.
And the small light that's on, fluttering, somewhere in... That's me. Blue eyes, that's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it, still trying to hold on to the great sorrows slipping in the water. Slimy.
The call when you're dead, brother.
Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow. Because it's always there.
Tell him.
Ah, yes. In the olfactory system, they call it the apricot chewing gum scented one. It's unhealthy of them to linger on it so. But as they say, what do you do?
Yeah, man. Fuck everything. Total blackout forever. There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on pause. bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
Beautiful. Believe me, stupid ape, its lack of beauty was not the problem.
You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules? No. Someone is breathing on your face now, inspecting your pupils, stupid idiot.
Yes, they're pouring something on you. It's in you. And
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness. In the upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket, the air is thick with leatherworks and heavy fuel oil. Cold water runs down your chin.
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself, as it pours down your parched throat. The pounding in your head recedes. The darkness parts.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a secondary form of hydration.
Да, кстати, пить надо постоянно.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat. The lieutenant pays no heed to it.
What happened? You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. I carried you to my kinema to take you to a hospital. Then you came to. 10 minutes, maybe. Right. You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed? Good.
Ништяк, ништяк.
Snow covers the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage. The white colors nearly meld together. Do something important? Something murder-related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery. This is a Caprice Kinema, the Caprice Motor Corps follow-up to their highly successful workhorse, Caprice 40, and the answer to the Lum's racing breed, Ferv series. With its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the rear wheels through a 4-speed manual gearbox, the Kinema is able to reach 100 kilometers per hour in 13.5 seconds and go on to a top speed of 180 kilometers an hour.
О, прям пиздец, блядь. Да, мощь, блядь. Аж за 13,5 секунд до сотки разгоняется. Вот это да. Это что пришло? Ох, щет, это донейшн, что ли, какой-то?
Безумно безумен.
О май гад. Сейчас оценим. Еще что-то пошло. О, музейшн пошел. Ого. Лучше через этот самый посмотреть. Через компьютер, через телефон очень неудобно. Безумно безумен. Безумный безумец. Так, 200 рублей. Ну, я полагаю, что это был Феликс Феликсович. Спасибо за донейшн. Большое спасибо. Я уже забыл, что такое донат. Кстати, да я не стримил так-то нормально. Вот. И, кстати, смотри-ка, слушай, еще вчера был донат. Да ладно. А я его не видел почему-то, 14.05. Это все было проебано. Короче, тройное спасибо за донейшн, потому что вчера я не видел, получается. Вот. Ну и сегодня вот тоже. Слушай, музейшн. Сейчас я тихо сделаю в этом. Настройки, музыка. О, вот так. Музыка в тему, она что-то была прям похожа на внутриигровую, вот здесь вот немножко отдавала диско Elysium. То ли показалось мне, не знаю, но что такое типа спокойное, умиротворяющее что-то было в этом. Установленный сзади 12-литровый дизельный двигатель с воздушным охлаждением придает тягу. О, да, очень мощная тачка. А она не опрокинется на первом резком повороте.
The high center of balance is offset by a large battery bank mounted at the bottom of the cabin, feeding all the auxiliary systems and making the Kanema effectively a mobile power plant.
Я только начал поправлять в центр экрана, вот сюда вот выводить клипы, вот это вот, да, картинку клипа, как мелодия закончилась, прям через 2 секунды. Нашел самую депрессивную песню в своем плейлисте. Но она как бы не то чтобы прям супер депрессивная. Что-то отдает, да, какая-то типа такая спокойная такая, но с душком депрессивности. Есть такое. Но я бы не сказал, что она прям какая-то прям совсем депрессивная. В тему как раз. Да, я же тебе говорю, она прям похожа. Она похожа на музыкальное сопровождение диска Elysium. Вот. Похоже. Высокий центр тяжести. Вот так-то так. Мобильная электростанция любразской техники. Кайф. Обратите внимание на саму.
Due to a quite steep price tag, it is very unusual to see one in police livery.
Угу. Это машина настоящий демон скорости. Мне нравится твоя машина, лейтенант. Она выглядит непрактичной. Может, чем это карета, ничего особенного. Ну, давай. Вот это.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look?
Смотрите поближе, что? Дискому корпусу.
130.
130 лошадиных сил, что ли?
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
7-литровый V12.
Man, that's got to be a major advancement over the KR18GU engine on the old Caprice 40.
Самый депрессивный из веселого плейлиста. У меня много депрессивного. Очень много. Ну, как бы не то, что у меня, как бы, типа, плейлиста у меня как такового не существует. Просто ВКонтакте накидано там несколько сотен там каких-то, ну, штук 800, по-моему, песен каких-то, что-то такое. Вот. И многие из них депрессивные. Это вот что я могу по этому поводу сказать. Ну а ты там чем занимаешься? Что там у тебя там, типа, июль, учебы вроде как нету. Что-то там, тёлочек татришь, ходишь или что? Чем ты занимаешься там вообще? Так, значит, это потеря подбородок 7-литровый V12. Это, видимо, модель новее, чем на старой 40-ке, верно? Присвистнут. Ничего себе, это малышка макаронит. О, я думал побольше. 7-литровый 12.
7.2. Supercharged.
Заряженный. Скрыть довольно улыбку до ушей. Довольно неудачно. Славная машина.
Yes. An extraordinary machine.
Да. Лейтенант пробегает. Да, лейтенант пробегает взглядом по контурам мотокареты. Сейчас, одну секундочку. Так, поехали. О, теперь нормально. Теперь у меня показывает 2 человека на стриме. Наконец-то. Наконец-то. А то что-то было криво-косо, лишь бы живо, блять. Да, лейтенант, его голос слышится нежная, замечательная машина.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up. Slam it down. Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the visual field a lot.
Значительно повысили бы дальность и качество обзора в темное время суток. Тебе нужно заделать ее так, чтобы все упали, ким добавить и злости. Ты не думал о том, чтобы поставить гелевые фары?
Actually, I have a pair at home. Just haven't gotten around to fitting them yet. I need to lay some wiring for the ballast first.
Выпускателей. Если мы когда-нибудь раскроем это дело, может быть, поставим их вместе. Похоже, возни с ним будет. Не, ну...
Thanks. Are we done here?
Так, давайте сходим обратно к... как он там называется, блять? К ломбарду.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
Я отдыхаю сейчас в Туве. Свою мадемуазель с собой взял из Самары. Она, на удивление, согласилась провести месяц на краю вселенной, в Туве, среди девственной природы и с самым сексуальным инженером. Слушай, ну, это все, конечно, прекрасно, но я вынужден тебя поправить немножко. Не инженером, а инженером. Ты уже который раз совершаешь эту ошибку, вот, и она мне мозолит глаз. Ну, буквально, наверное, раз 4-й я вижу это слово в твоем исполнении, и каждый раз ошибка. Я просто уже, ну, типа, меня уже, так как тебе сказать, знаешь, уже чаша переполнилась. Короче, ну и плюс ко всему, век живи, век учись, правильно? Поэтому, да, вот инженером вообще. Вот. А кексуальный я понял. Я понял. Я понял. А Тяночка тоже тувинка? Или там казашка там, или кто там, не знаю. Да я не русь, мне можно. Лол. Потрепанные жизнью деревянные доски, скамейки. Что у нас
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
Убийство, идемте. А, ну может быть, когда у тебя денег не хватает, может быть, на скамейке надо будет переночевать. Если ты не сможешь за отель заплатить. Я хз, может быть, для этого она сделана. А что у нас еще есть? Подождите, у нас... Не, нам это не нужно. Нам нужно вот это. В руку. О, вот он, чувак. Ошибаться. Не можно ошибаться. А. Так. И что? Что-то записалось, но не записалось нихуя. Это что?
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box. A variety of shapes and colors.
В большой коробке свалены солнечные очки разных форм и цветов.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
Stylish shades, huh?
Ну-ка.
They'd be even more stylish if you paid for them with net worth. Go over and ask him.
Обеспеченностью. Подойди, спроси у торговца насчет этого. Давай попробуем примерить. Нет, покопаться, давай покопаться.
These are all boring.
Она чистокровная татарка.
Ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic. The kind of plastic that melts in the sun.
Короче, я тебе расскажу одну фишку. Значит, в Телеграме наткнулся я на одном там канале. В общем, на какую-то там типа новость. В общем, там две близняшки из Казани. Охуительные, короче, такие у них там, как мне такие тёлки нравятся, но в плане фигуры, да? В плане фигуры там на лицо просто такие симпатичные. Ну, это может быть баллов 6,5, что-то такое. До 7 они даже особо не то чтобы прям дотягивают, как бы, да? Но симпатичные, такие ухоженные, короче, все. И фигуры у них охуенные, короче. И они типа, сестры, естественно, близняшки. И вот на видосах они там, друг дружки там разные, так сказать, свои горошины разными способами натирают друг другу, короче. То есть там, разные там отверстия, так сказать, ты понял, в общем, смысл. Там целуются, там что-то там тосит-босит, там и так далее, там сиськи жмакают себе, там силиконовые, короче. Вот. Блять, татарки охуительные. Я тебе так скажу, прям такие прям заебись. Что касается татарок, естественно. С защитными очками. Это все скучно эти сортные, ничем не примечательные очки, сделанные из дешевого сирийского пластика, такого пластика, что плавается на солнце. Понятно, китайский пластик.
Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show. If anything, these lenses probably direct more UV light into your pupils. A UV magnifier.
These are all first-rate sunglasses.
Все же спасибо за орфографическую поправку.
Super material.
Да не за что.
Cool.
Это меньшее, что я могу сделать.
These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
Ты же должен знать, как у тебя правильно твоя спецуха называется, правильно? Так что вот как-то так. Все очки первоклассные. Этот чел напоминает, знаешь кого? Был такой старый мемас года 2012-13, когда как татарки-то не такие. Да, татарки меня удивили. Приятно удивили, кстати, да, приятно. Было там так извивались, короче, они там, блять, огонь, конечно. Ну ладно, вот этот чувак, он мне напоминает какого-то там, типа, какого-то китайца, что-то типа того, который в автобусе предлагал там, типа, очки надо. Не знаю, видел ли ты этот видосик или нет, но вот он очень напоминает вот этого челика. Давай-ка посмотрим концептуализация с трудопроцента. В принципе, почему бы и нет? Концептуализация. Давай посмотрим, у меня есть там что-то из одежды. на концептуализацию. Вот, есть. Да. Вот. Я могу вот так вот сделать.
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods.
Видишь уличного
When he
торговца
realizes you're
самарийца,
looking at him, his face breaks into a
у которого
wide,
разложен
welcoming grin.
пестрый ассортимент товаров. Он находится в шоке, дуже
The
любит
name
руки.
Sile is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Что имя Силень.
Happy shopping, officer.
Хорошо, покупка начальника.
cool
Все
here.
круто, демонстративно, большие пальцы. Давайте сначала с коробкой определимся.
Shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer.
Гарантия.
100%
Типичный
guarantee.
впариватель из Китая. Ширпотреба.
Stylish shades,
Дешево.
huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid for them with net worth. Go over and
Ну-ка.
ask him.
Ну да, вот 58% побольше стало вроде как. Дай-ка те очки, что ты мне советовал, примерить их. Может, у нас на этих коробке на самом деле интересные очки. Давай попробуем. Есть. До того китайца знаю. Кстати, сколько у вас там в Европе время? Да какая Европа, блядь? Мухосранск, блядь, Задрищенск, Европа. А время московское. 10 часов 35 минут. Так, ага, вижу. Светло-синие очки, на левой дужке надпись «Подводное австралийское рандеву», а право, кажется, вручную вырезано из кости. Нихуя себе.
Oh, very
О, какой
interesting
интересный
choice,
выбор,
officer.
начальник.
Very high culture.
Уличный торговец впервые не находит, что сказать. Примерить очки.
This is how a sea monster sees the world. You've become a sea monster. Giant, hidden, and strangely tender at heart. All is blue. All right, but these actually make your vision worse. It's like literally being underwater. Yes, but they also make your soul quiver like jello, so deep.
Wow, officer, you look so cool. And they can be yours for a mere 3 real.
Реала.
My regular customers have passed them all up because they've got no taste. But you found them.
Ким, как тебе эти?
The lieutenant tilts his head and steps back, eyes narrowed in a thorough examination. It's a case to him.
Кстати, Феликс, я не понимаю, как я вчера прослушал донат. Это было после стрима, а может быть как-то в перерыве. Я что-то, ну, вот час же я расслышал. И это было прям отчетливо, хорошо слышно. А как получилось так, что я вчера это все проебал? Как это вообще произошло? What the fuck, блядь? Не понимаю. Бред какой-то. Лейтенант наклоняет голову и отступает. На шаг. Для него это как новое дело. Лол.
You look like a musician. Like a blind musician. But you could do worse. Take them if you want.
Слепой музыкант. Но могло быть и хуже. Берите, если хотите. А чё не дают-то? -1 восприятие. Внутренняя империя. +1. Ну, типа 3 реала. В принципе, почему бы и нет? Плохо видишь. Дай-ка те очки, что ты мне советовал. Примерить их.
Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them pinching your nose and chafing against your brow.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. They're practically made for you. I'll let you have them for 2 real and 50 cents.
Черт возьми, офицер, в этих очках вы настоящий секретный шпион. Сдворяла 50 септимов.
They're perfect for concealing your bloodshot shot
Потому
of
что вы
baggy
спрятать твои
eyes.
налитые кровью отекшие... Налитые кровью отекшие
It's
глаза.
going to be very difficult for
С этим
anyone to
кошмаром
take
на
you
лице
seriously
окружающим
with
будет
these
очень
things
трудно.
on your face.
Очень трудно воспринимать тебя серьезно.
No,
Ну,
you
как?
are definitely
Нет,
not
лейтенант,
buying those.
осторожно снимай. Нет. Очки ставятся, вновь возвращаю тебе свободу. Их вы определенно покупать не будете. Не говори мне, что делать, Ким. Мне нравятся эти очки, ты прав. Я для них слишком чувствительный. Ну, типа говно. Очки-то говно. Да, это говно. Ну,
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through, officer.
+1 электрохимия, -1 логика. Темные очки саморазрушения. Лол. Вчера я не отправлял. Но вообще донаты иногда могут не проходить из-за интернета плохого у отправителя. Тогда средства отправляются либо позже, либо возвращаются не отправителю. Ну, вчера кто-то мне задонил. Вот. И это... Смотри. Сейчас, подожди секунду. 100 была. Ну, ты должен помнить вообще, по идее, так-то, да? Если это ты отправлял, то ты должен помнить. Ну, вот смотри. Да, вот, смотри. Это было, ёпта. Ты не отправлял, чувак. Это я тупанул, идиот. Это было 6.06. Это было месяц назад. Твой донат, да. А это твой первый донат вот за месяц, короче. В целом. Да, это я тупанул. Все правильно. Все правильно, нормально все нормально. Так. Логика, электрохимия, восприятие внутренняя империя. Но они на вас так хорошо смотрятся. Хмурится уличный торговец. Вы думаете, хорошенько, начальник. О, когда? Да. Это я просто на цифры, короче, не так поглядел, можно так сказать. Так. Покопаться в коробке. Так. -1 логика. +1 электрохимия. Ну, пока уйти, ладно. А давайте посмотрим, что у меня тут за очки. Логика, авторитет. Ага. Хорошо, дальше. Это что?
There are clothes inside. Cheap second-hand clothes, smelling of strangers' body odors.
Чужими запахами. Фу.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
How about some premium class service over here? Like paying with net worth. Go over and ask him if you can do that. Save the economy. That sounds off.
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Don't buy new things. Buy eco. Look around, officer. You see all these premium goods just sitting there, not getting bought? We've got to keep the flow of goods moving. Is this really the economy we want to leave to our children?
Матушку экономику спасти, лол. О.
And what?
Специалистка книга.
Oh. Look, man, I'm not into politics. I like everyone. Check out the box.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places.
Из таких странных сортов полиэстера, лол, что ты начинаешь чесаться и потеть в самых неожиданных местах. Это полиэстер, это супер отвратительная хуйня. Супер отвратительная. Ой, блядь, я вот сейчас сижу, меня аж скокожило, блядь. Фу. Передернуло.
The box smells like cat piss,
Кошачьей
or
мочой.
like an old
Или
person with
стариком, у
no
которого
money.
совсем нет денег.
Economical, but also trendy. Look
Экономичный,
first
ладно.
hand, buy second
Кричит
hand.
уличный
Keep the
торговец.
economy moving.
Что вы видите с иголочки, пусть экономика работает. Да. Ну-ка. О, 72%, слушайте. Вполне себе. Давайте попробуем.
Something cold grazes
Что-то
your hair,
холодное касается
synthetic and sleek,
синтетически гладкая
a
ветровка.
windbreaker.
Надписи
Surf,
не носят.
it
Серф,
says,
ветер,
but also
лето, 100%
wind,
руками и спорт.
summer,
Шрифт каждый раз разный.
100%
Ну понятно.
waterproof,
Китайская
and
хуйня какая-то.
sport, all in different typefaces.
Ну, кстати, если заметите ошибки в моем Russian language, то говорите. Ну, все, разрешение получено, все, не вопрос. Хоть я и не русский, язык надо знать, речь надо улучшать. Все ж русский для меня не родной, но не считаю это отговоркой. Не, ну если в Туве там, в принципе, используется в основном ваш местный язык, то это не такая прям какая-то гигантская проблема. Или если ты, например, переезжать не хочешь куда-то, то тоже не такая большая проблема. На самом деле. Ну а если все наоборот, то знать надо. Вот. Такие дела. Ага. Китайская хуйня. Хороший выбор, начальник. Очень спортивно. Для вас всего 4,50. Нихуя себе. А что он дает? Минус 1 трепет, плюс 1 самообладание. Бля. Трепет. Давайте посмотрим, сколько у меня вообще трепета. Есть у меня вообще трепет какой-то, нет? Вот, 2. Почувствуйте дрожь. Настройтесь на городскую волну. То мне нахуй не нужен, короче, это трепет. А самообладание? В спину сохраняйте покерфейс. Почему бы нет, кстати, вот это хорошая штука, на самом деле. А у меня там что-то есть? Полицейская волна. Полицейская волна. Да и в школе то... Так, ну в Самаре... Но в Самаре попервой для меня это было проблемой, да и в школе тоже. Ну, то если это было проблемой, надо знать тогда, получается, правильно?
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. The name Sileng.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool here. Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer, you're very cool. Bang, 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 bang! You're right, officer. 100%. No playing around then. Strictly business. Maybe I can interest you in some premium menswear instead.
Так. Убедите его дать тебе денег. Ха-ха, ну давай попробуем. Блять. Нет смысла украшать, просто скажи, что тебе нужно. Слушай, мне нужны твои деньги, живо. Лол.
Oh, okay.
О, хорошо. Все время останавливается. Его лицо вдруг становится серьезно. Почему вы просите такой начальник? Потому что я продажный. Я, правда, не вполне помню, что это подразумевает в смысле быть продажным. Я не знаю, просто это единственное, что мне пришло в голову. Тебя спросить мне непременно нужно разжиться деньгами.
Yes.
Да, деньги это очень
Money
важно.
is very important.
Смертельно серьезно, какой-то уличный торговец.
Are you trying
Дайте
to ask for a
свою
bribe?
взятку.
If so, you're not doing a very good job.
Если так, то у вас не очень хорошо получается. Он глядит на торговца.
Sorry,
Извините,
detective.
детектив. Мужчина ухмыляется так, словно весь инцидент уже позабыт. Ну ладно, и я сделаю вид, что все это позабыто. Откуда ты, Селен?
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All reversal.
Я не думал, что это будет похоже на взятку. Я подумал просто попросить у него бабла, скажем так. За командой переходом, впрочем, как всегда. Спасибо за лайкосы. Спасибо. Так, это скучная история.
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samoan Isola. Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Seaguy archipelago was colonized by Revachol. It's a bit of a slur, in other words.
That's right, officer. But it's a bad scene for business there. Too many regulations. Extremely bad for an independent local entrepreneur. Hey, why not support this local entrepreneur? You can start by buying a pair of sexy pants or cool sunglasses. Maybe some macaroni?
Риторика, сука, риторика. Скажи, Селен, что ты думаешь о наркотиках?
Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs.
Вкусные сладкие наркотики, лол. Я очень увлекаюсь наркотиками. Продолжить. Мы ищем водителя грузовика, который привозит наркотики из порта. Он или она где-то в этой пробке. На самом деле я не люблю наркотики. Я очень увлекаюсь наркотиками.
That's very cool.
Круто.
A lot of the coolest detectives do drugs. Sadly, I don't have any drugs on sale. Or at my home, or on my person.
Sir, it appears to be true. No drugs in sight. Not in the box of sunglasses
Это очевидно
or
было.
under the speakers.
Тот чувак его типа оговорил. Понятно, понятно. На самом деле, я не люблю наркотики.
That's cool. Especially after you already said you're into them. All the coolest detectives in the movies do drugs. And are very conflicted about it. Still, no drugs here. That's even cooler. You investigating that and all. But I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
A blatant lie, sire. Yet he tells it with such conviction. We'd believe him if we didn't know better.
Торговец.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. I'm...
Realizing he can't get out of it. Smart man.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream. No! That's insane! It's the fat hater. He's been eyeing me for a week and he sent you here. Maybe he's the one, huh? Have you thought about that? Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd. You know, the drug crowd.
No, he wasn't talking about an abstract crowd. It was that crowd.
Давайте вот это скажем.
No use. He's not telling us. He's too afraid. We need to take him to my station and ask him there. After we've called his boss.
Okay, look. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I spent 15 years working my way up.
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady.
Так.
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos. I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
It could be. She was strange. He's not ruling her out.
All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detectives. Both of you. You deserve it.
Опять могу. Всегда досмотрюсь. Давайте вот это. Да. Начни с небольшого комплимента, отталкиваясь от этого. Не забывай это деловое предложение. Я вижу, ты крайне успешный предприниматель. Может быть, ты найдешь возможность поддержать сотрудника местной полиции.
Oh, okay.
Хорошо.
But why, officer?
After all this mess, the broken seal, lying to you, come on.
Печатей, лжи, да ладно.
An investment?
Вложением.
What kind of investment?
Вложением. Предложение меня, сверхсовременное, экспериментальное человеческое существо, наше соотношение риска и прибыли зашкаливает. Вложение мое молчание, не скажу твоему работодателю, чем ты здесь занимаешься. Я полицейский, считаю это вложением хорошие отношения с РГМ. Это вложение в твою покупательскую базу. Без базы никуда, приятель. Да я вот так скажу. Вот.
That! You drive a hard bargain, officer. I respect that.
Ну вы жестко ведете переговоры, начальник.
Be reasonable.
Я это уважаю, кивает он. Ладно, и во что же мне это обойдется? Только будьте благоразумны. 10 реалов.
Sounds like a fair deal all around.
Что ж, похоже, это честная сделка. Он достает десятку из кожаного бумажника.
Corruption.
Лейтенант спокойно кивает. И говорит: коррупция. Это не коррупция, блядь.
It's just like bus or
Каким же успехом мог
seagull.
стать автобус или
A kid
чайка?
watching out of a window describing things going by. He doesn't like it too
Ну,
much,
что тут
but what do you do? Jamais vu. Derealization.
Реализация. Так, что там?
Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
Фундаментальный вопрос. Ну, ништяк. До 4. Ага. Итак, белый траур, что это? Временный бонус за исследование. -1 авторитет. Маленький человечек становится все дальше. Время исследования 5 часов. Проблема решения. Ага. Да, какая-то хуета получается. Ладно, окей. Так. Взятка, блядь. Ну, я не считаю это лично взяткой. Если что, вдруг. Нихуя это не взятка. Тут что у нас?
You see two lowly, defeated speakers, thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land. A pair of found, durable wear sneakers, ultra serious.
I can see you have a taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
Speaking of luxury, you should go over and ask about paying for those sneakers with your net worth. A pair of found ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway, a jet black upper and a silver-lined midsole.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found sneakers. Super air, super fine.
Ух, ёпта, 50
super
реалов.
cool. Only 50 real.
Ядрите.
Only? That's
Всего? Это
madness.
просто пиздец.
Fun Ultra. We're the
На день
future.
будущее. Это
You
слоган
remember the
из
slogan
какого-то
from some
журнала.
magazine?
Скорость реакции, координация. -1 энциклопедия. Ну а что тут скажешь? Ну, такие нормальные кроссовки, но, сука, 50 реалов это очень дохуя.
These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable found ultras. A small heat emboss on the veneer reads, Solidarity aid from the People's Republic of Samara. The speakers themselves don't seem to display any magical qualities.
No, no, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here. These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm ashamed to even use them for props. Don't waste your time on them.
Samaran trash. That sounds like they're from the Samaran People's Republic, produced under the dictatorship of the proletariat.
Типа намек на Китай, короче. Прям такой жесткий намек на Китай. Я могу купить грустные униженные самарские колонки.
No way, officer! These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk.
Но мне нужны колонки.
Well, if you want them... But see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra.
С другой стороны, вы хотели купить кроссовки, могу отдать вам колонки в придачу за 50 септимов.
Damn, so you have to buy the sneakers
кроссовки.
first.
Да.
Here's a crazy plan. Get the seed money for the sneakers, buy them, then buy the speakers too.
У меня есть
Then
безумный
sell
план.
the
Сперва
speakers
тебе
to
нужен
Roy, that wacky
начальный
vendor in the
капитал.
pawn shop.
Так,
They're
ну-ка,
right up his alley.
ну-ка,
You'll
ну-ка,
make
ну-ка.
most of the sneakers money back that way.
У меня есть безумный план. Сперва тебе нужен начальный капитал, чтобы купить кроссовки. И тогда колонки тоже можно будет купить. А потом ты продашь колонки Рою, тому чудаку из ломбарда, дальше по переулку. И так ты отобьешь большую часть того, что потратил на обувь. Это я придумал такой план.
Yep, hustle and grind.
Сериалы мутятся.
One rehab at a time.
Лол. Ну, слушайте, давайте копить 50, значит, монет, вот эти, да, 50 монет, чтобы купить колонки и кроссовки. Будем бутылки собирать вот эти. Тут что-то есть? Не, даже зайти нельзя никуда. Ну окей, хорошо. Вот теперь тут у нас расследование, кстати. Вот тут. Сохраняемся. Поехали.
The crumpled Samaran butter billboard still soaks in the canal, marked by tire tracks. Still speeding, the vehicle made a loop and vanished into the fog along the coast. The sign broke the vehicle's fall into the canal. The Samaran butter billboard still looks freshly painted, suggesting it took the plunge recently. Within the past 72 hours. The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard and upsetting the posts. Then it continued its flight, taking the billboard with it. Side slip marks indicated that the vehicle was traveling up the crater at 35 kilometers an hour. The black marks on the roof indicate that the vehicle vaulted from the crater to the roof of the shack. The panel served as a takeoff ramp. There are two good candidates, the Caprice 40 and the Linear G22.
Ну, судя по виду, почему Купри 40?
It's about the right size, and the tire marks look like they came from the skinny tires frequently found on that motor carriage. The Caprice 40 is a very popular model, with bank clerks, topping pie delivery drivers, secondary school teachers, cops, strippers dressed as cops, undressed strippers. Very sturdy but light motor carriage, more likely than most to survive that jump. The Linear G22 is not a particularly popular model, due to its peculiar proportions, which the manufacturer's design team probably thought about for too long.
Я думаю, это второй вариант.
You'd have to follow the tracks to be sure.
По следам.
The lieutenant looks on.
Так. Ага, поговорить с ним надо.
Any theories about what happened here?
На знак, похоже, кто-то очень спешил.
What kind of car do you think it was?
Машина. Я думаю, это Lineage GD.
That's quite likely, from what I can tell.
Вероятно, насколько я могу судить.
Oh.
Я думаю, это вот это вот.
The traffic hooliganism.
Ух
I
ты,
hope not.
ух ты.
Fortunately,
Ух
we are
ты.
not traffic cops.
Хорош.
Should we get back to the murder?
Хорошо, не ПДД, надеюсь, что нет. К счастью, мы не автоинспекция. Может, вернемся к расследованию убийства. Я про это и говорю, блядь, долбоеб. Мы должны привлечь этого водителя к ответственности, принять задание. Идем, здесь мы больше ничего не уйдем. Ничего не узнаем и уйти. Концептуализация сложно. 12. Попробовать сформулировать убедительное объяснение действий водителя. Знаешь про Ирма. Давайте.
Somewhere in the depths of your alcohol-addled soul, you find a few threads that you can weave into a story.
История. Это мог быть только... Ты делаешь драматическую паузу. Джейкоб Ирв.
Tip-top tourney champion?
Чемпион тип-топ турне.
The lieutenant patiently listens to the words coming from your mouth.
Jumping canals at night? If I was Jacob Irv, I wouldn't drive in Martinez. The roads are awful. In conclusion, it's a colorful theory, but I don't believe Jacob Irv did this. Should we go? If we must.
Отлично. Я взял новое задание, ребят. Так. Тут надо было, в принципе, искать. Отлично, я взял новое задание Феликс, но я говорю ребят. Ну, типа, фигурально, да? Вы понимаете. О, челик сидит теперь вот здесь. Что он? Нет, не, похер. О, тут какой-то челик стоит. Ну-ка, кто это? О, баба новая какая-то. Пролетарка. Грузную женщину. Ну, что-то бормочущую себе под нос. Кажется, она просматривает книжки.
Yes? Hello? Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working class woman needs something to read. It is. I know you are. Mm-hmm. What with? My husband? No, he's not. I don't know. At home now? Out drinking with his friends? Working?
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but... I don't really need to know where my husband is. Not all the time. No. Why are we still talking about this? I haven't lost my husband.
It's got to be something else then. Why else would you be asking her if it wasn't?
No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not missing, sir.
You know where they are. They're at home, smoking, giving the ladder of vices a chance.
What? That's just... My daughters are perfectly fine. They're with their friends down in Shamrock. There's nothing to worry about. They're almost grown up now anyway. They're past the age they need me protecting them from everything now. My youngest girl, Jolie, is just shy of 16. Jenny, she is turning 18 next month. But we shouldn't even be talking about them. Why do you need to know this? Haven't I repeatedly told you that they're not missing? That they're in Shamrock, safe and well, at some stupid party?
Did someone say party? You could use a party. Hunt it down.
Лоховской.
There is no investigation here. I can tell you that.
Okay, it must be asked then. What are you doing here? Why are you pursuing this? Is it a hunch?
I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are being a bit of a cockatoo here.
Hello?
For what it's worth, I agree.
Если
But
честно,
cockatoos can't
Слушай,
be
Алиса,
stopped when they get ladies.
я
It's better to indulge him at this point.
Я спрашивал вас о вашем какаду, он пропал.
I don't even have a cockatoo. And guess what?
It's a trap. Never ever say what.
Что?
Even if I had,
Если был, он
it
никуда бы не
wouldn't be
пропал.
missing. Great. Nothing. Go read up on them if you're so interested. There's a great book in the bookstore.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic bird?
На самом деле, я, пожалуй, так и сделаю. Спасибо за совет взяться за дело. Ну, да, блядь, я не знаю, давайте, возьмем.
Wonderful. The store is open.
Вот и славно, магазин открыт. Ну, типа, контент, да, квест взяли.
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she has spent a lot of time at work, smoking. The woman before you nods
Кивает,
and
это чтение. Окей, хорошо. Погнали дальше. Просто помчали. Давайте с бабкой с этой безумной поговорим.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis. I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me. Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways. If you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room. It's barely bigger than a closet, but I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company, and that's all I need from this world.
Грустно.
She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty.
Yes, yes, I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for?
Его разыскивают за убийство, ему грозит по жизни.
Talk?
What was so funny about that?
Вот именно.
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
Mm-hmm.
Ask away, policeman. The hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume. Some lunatic lost his mind. All kinds of morons pass through these halls. People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
They probably just moved or died, hopefully somewhere else.
No one lives there. It's been empty for months. Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there. Maybe it's those countercultural people again, breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman.
Да.
Be good and take a look, will you? Great. Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans. Oh, that one is a scientist, a future scholar. I think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study. Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall. The symbol of what and how?
The clash of ideas and atrocities are as far from her world as fairies and wizards.
Да, да.
Oh, no.
У нее что ли эти, как их там называют? Как это называется? Чехотка, блядь, это как там ее? Блядь, как она называется-то? Так, ладно, окей. Уходим.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel. You have plenty of reason to enter.
Так. Вы что, творите там морфий?
Well, that was easy.
Да,
It was
действительно. Ловко. Ну и кто там? Так. Ага. Черные туфли с пряжками. Давайте посмотрим, что у меня дает. Самообладание, эквилибристика. А здесь один к способам косвенного налогообложения. Чего? Состоятельный добытчик. А, да это, наверное, хуйня, короче. Типа, ты их одеваешь и... типа, ну, те деньги, которые находишь, получается, они, типа, дают бонус к этим деньгам. Ну, может быть, при торговле, может быть, больше тебе будут давать. Хрен его знает, что-то такое. Эти туфли от пересол вместо шнурков снабжены ремешком и пряжкой из элегантную и обтекаемую форму. Их называют самой продвинутой модельной обувью. Они настолько продвинуты, что к ним не липнут ни помои, ни грязь. Прикольно. Давайте попробуем. Я хз.
The luxury of fine things. Just look at those black monk straps. After spending an entire day hustling, who's to say that you didn't deserve a pair of ridiculously expensive shoes on your tired feet? Beautiful things give you a rush. It's power. Crafting your style, draping your flesh in silk and leather, deciding how to present yourself to the world. Remember, when they come to take it away from you, you worked for those shoes. Whether you like it or not, wearing these shoes has made you more liberal.
Lol.
Ultra liberal. They're either a gateway drug or a booster pack to get you deeper into free market ideology. Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes, you hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide. Oh, yeah, like a horse, a workhorse for hard work. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you re-emerged. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride.
И буду крутиться, пока не сдохну, сучки. Не уверен, что я так уж хорошо кручусь.
Oh, you do. You make money. You got gills, baby. Meaning those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco Negros and the Solas. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop and a sprinter and a money printer.
Не будем спорить, я вытащил деньжат и из того чувака с селения. Можно сказать, что я и у маньяна денег взял. О, а еще избавил всякое барахло тому подозрительному типу Рою. В общем, да, какие денежки найти удалось. Во, давай вот это.
Can't say that.
Так и было, ты
You shook
выбил из
him.
него бабла.
You're a killer. A shark.
Хищник, волчара. Можно еще сказать, что я маньяна денег взял.
You didn't log that in as a donation either. You don't log any of that shit in.
Денег не
You're a
зарегистрировал, ты
straight
остался.
rider. Yeah, you're in the sales business. Shake 'em for shit and then pawn it off.
Полицейский.
Law officer style.
В общем, да, кое-какие денежки найти удалось.
Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now, ask yourself, are you rich?
Разбогатеть нет, вообще-то совсем нет.
That's right.
Тут и оно,
You
ты
work
пашешь
harder
как
than
вол.
anyone. You almost rode yourself to the
бомж,
grave,
как так
and you're
вышло.
still practically a hobo.
Это все из-за
Why is
Гарта,
that?
никак он с меня не слезет. Кто такой Гарт, я не помню. А, я понял. Тот, который менеджер гостиницы. Система порочная. На рынке коррумпированных копов демпингуют иммигранты. Сраные налоги. Не знаю, а и правда, почему я такой бедный. Система порочная.
Boo-hoo. The system is broken. The establishment is keeping me down. That's not the fuck yeah attitude you're used to. What is this?
Ты
Why
чё
are you
такой
so
бедный?
poor?
Сраные налоги.
That's right.
Совершенно верно.
100%.
Сестра.
Fucking G-man's got his
Кровавый
jam
Гэб
cup
не
and
запустила
sticky
свои
fingers
липкие
in your
ручонки
pocket,
в твои карманы.
stealing from you every
Ворует
time
тебя
you
всякий раз, когда
buy,
ты покупаешь,
sell,
продаешь,
walk,
гуляешь,
talk,
говоришь,
fart,
придишь
so
или
much as
делаешь
sneeze.
лишний чих. Чистая правда, кстати. Чистая правда. Любой шаг, любой чих, любой пук у тебя бабки берут. Это прям чистая правда. На 100%. Это не без какого-то либо рофла. Вот здесь это все типа как такой около рафляныч, ну или вообще чистый рафляныч, да, типа. Но на самом деле это чистая правда.
Our tax is almost non-existent in the Gotham estate. That is Revachol.
Серьезно? Даже когда я чихаю.
Every time you wipe your ass, they got their direct and their indirect modes of
Налог на
taxation.
продажи, акцизный
Sales
сбор,
tax,
налог на пользование
excise
недрами,
duty,
элементы,
extraction
налог, у
tax,
которого даже
alimony,
название. Да,
one
да,
tax
да,
that
да.
doesn't even have a name.
Вообще не забывай
Plus
обо
there's the
всем,
stuff
за что приходится
people
платить
in
людям в
other
других странах.
countries pay for. That makes them
Больше
ask for
денег
more
тебя
money
с мана-
from you.
налоги уходят.
Yeah.
У нас в России, короче,
Total tax duties
вот
add up to
буквально вчера вечером читал, у нас в России 48% налоги реальные. То есть все вот эти скрытые, какие-то косвенные, какие-то такие-сякие. Итого 48% у нас налоги в стране. И при всем при этом, блядь, живем в говне, блядь. Пиздец, нахуй, я хуею. Ну, просто все это уходит в карманы, на яхты, на любовниц, на самолеты для любовниц и так далее, и так далее. Там, на загородные дома, на дома в Майами для любовниц, короче. Ну, вы поняли.
98% of all your money.
Ну, не 98, но 48, как бы, да, вот точно. Охуеть, кажется, теперь я сторонник свободного рынка. Уверен, цифра кажется довольно большой. Это совершенно не помогает мне решить проблему с деньгами, а лишь записывает меня в активисты свободного рынка. Уверен, цифра кажется довольно большой.
What are you not sure about? They're milking your
А в чем
nipples till
можно
they bleed.
сомневаться? Они
Can't
доят
you see?
тебя до кровавых мозолей на
Aren't you
твоих нежных
sick
розовых
and tired
сосочках.
of having bloody nipples?
Ты что, не видишь? Не устала до смерти от кровавых сосков? Охуеть. Так, согласиться, но чуть-чуть. Кровавые мозоли, это, конечно, больно, но чем тут поможет дерегулирование? Это совершенно не помогает. Охуеть, кажется, теперь сторонник свободного рынка. Согласиться.
Here you go, hustler. Fight the righteous fight. Free the people. Keep it real.
Давай, деляга,
Keep
принимай
it
праведный
strict.
бой, свободу
Keep
народа.
foaming at the
Будь
mouth
плотным, будь с
furiously
собой.
on the
Будь
tax
в гневе
issue.
всякий раз, когда поднимают вопрос налогов. Разрешить беседу. Лол. Сука. Давайте посмотрим, есть у нас тут что. Да, вот. Прежде всего, если ты умудрился подхватить какую-то дурную идеологию, придержи коней. Борьба с непрямыми налогами в путинном государстве подходит для любого креда. Да, это настолько круто. Ты теперь крутой анархист, если, конечно, ты хочешь быть крутым анархистом. Впрочем, неважно. Твоим услугам новый источник дохода. Давай попробуем вернуть себе немножко любви, которую украли засевшие на таможне грабители и бандиты из Австралийского комитета по финансовому надзору и конкуренции. Но это правда. На самом деле это правда, серьезно. То есть, ну, вот, хочешь ты там себе купить, например, там телефон какой-нибудь в Китае, тут уже придумывают налог, как тебя, блядь, налогами обложить, чтобы ты не покупал дешевле телефон за границей, вот, а купил бы тут и переплатил бы там, не знаю, там 40% за него сверху, как минимум, да, вот, а то и 50. Да какой нахуй, да, наверное, 50%, наверное. Вот, то есть, ну, это просто полный пиздец. Такие дела. Матрас. Почему вот эта вот надпись, она уходит вот влево? Я из-за этого не могу прочитать, что там написано было. А еще бывает, ты нажимаешь, и она вообще, ну, то есть вообще этой надписи нету на экране. Пиздец, шопа горит с этого. Не будь идиотом, аж слышно, как внутри копошатся насекомые. Из коробки торчит блистер таблеток. Возьми его. Лол. Давай. Что это? Боевой дух. Гипногамма. О, неплохо. Ну, вообще круть. Что это за баба?
My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see?
Boy, there are a lot of different keys there. More than 20 at least.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too?
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo. There's a picture of her with shorter hair inside, along with all her personal details.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour. Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall. A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
The sum must have been puny.
Well, it does not disappear from my hands. No, I don't let it. These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a million-real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors, life, spark, and they are affordable. I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computer wizards.
Типичная риэлторша, ёпс. Лол. Что случилось?
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it. Both apartments are now unrentable. Both.
На маникюренные руки, да-да-да.
I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place. It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent. But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry. Of course.
Сучка, блядь. Стервозная. Поехали. Уборщица, расскажем.
Give me a moment. I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them.
Где компьютерные волшебники, они спасут это место, нашу экономику. Никто не приедет, нас ждет одна лишь нищета и запустение, пока мы не начнем убивать риэлторов. Распутные девки-извращенцы, вот кто приедет. Я уверен, что все будет в порядке. Этому дому нужны постепенные изменения, едва заметные. Давай вот это, распутные девки и возвращенцы, вот кто приедет.
I know those types, yes. There have been some here, but they never make their rent, so they have to move out. I know their type.
Хорошо. Зашибись, сохраняемся. Так. Ну, тут ничего нету. Давайте попробуем спуститься вот здесь, на балкон. А это куда ведет? На задний дворик, наверное, скорее всего. Да, я так и понял. Хорошо. Уходим обратно. Так, давайте попробуем, что это. Не работает. Так, вот тут. О, 0.75. Деньги, дребеденьги.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
Ой-ой-ой.
This door is number 20.
Let's see if anyone's
No one answers.
Не отвечает.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening. We should return tonight after we have
Вечером
finished
после
with our
работы,
day's
значит,
work.
27:00
How about 9
подходит.
p.m.? Sound good?
О чем-то.
The smoker on the balcony. This is why we are here, right? He might know something about the
Так что
murder.
сегодня 21.
So,
Хорошо,
tonight,
да,
tonight
да.
at 9 p.m., right here, apartment number 28.
Вот, отлично, идемте. Ага. Так, уходим. Как-то туда надо попасть, кстати. Типа нужно отойти, чтобы открыть дверь, что за бред?
A plaster cast, but honestly, he does kind of look like you after all.
Так, если честно, действительно, что так, тому, кто здесь живет, хорошо бы будет подучить экономику, узнать, как она на самом деле работает.
I suspect that's exactly what they are trying to do. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems.
Ну да. Мелодия, так. Потом надо будет еще в подвал сходить, кстати. Так. Давайте поговорим с этой тёлкой.
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
Да, мы лишь хотели узнать, как вас зовут, юная леди. Не нужно принимать нас в штыки. Не смей так со мной говорить, здесь закон. Начнем с группы крови, дальше посмотрим. Да, гепатит, когда ты пацана сдавал анализы.
Had a battery of tests just last week. I'm practically a patchwork of interesting critters. Kinda like a man-o'-war.
A brush, an artist. The red splatter is urban expressionism. That smell coming from her paint bucket, it's not paint, it's heavy fuel oil. Red-dyed heavy fuel oil is only used in government vehicles, or at least that's the idea.
Так, и что это значит?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know, summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation.
Анархистка какая-то.
Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mona was here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cats. And my name's not Mona, so... Yeah?
Let's be realistic. What are you going to do? Throw her off the balcony?
You heard your partner, Piggy. I'm unstoppable.
She turns her head to face the coast and nods disdainfully toward Joyce, performing maintenance.
Похоже, она просто пьет свой чай. Все так же, как и вчера. Не обслуживанием яхты занимается.
Disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her. On a first-name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up in the world. Pig's not half as dumb as he looks. I ain't no snitch, Pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko. What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock. Or what? You'll push me off this ledge and pry the bucket from my dead hands? Ooh, not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner.
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
Does anyone in a city like this? Yes, I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me, but somehow it never happens. It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now, I'm doing nothing at all.
The inspiration will come to her once hell is set loose on the streets. It's too calm right now.
Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do, isn't it? Watch your back, Ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
Ну ладно, хорошо. Следишь ты за мной, пидорюга такая, ладно. Так, ну давайте теперь в подвал сбегаем.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Концептуализация. Давайте поглядим, есть ли у меня что-то на концептуализацию. Вот. Да, есть. Так, теперь с этой штукой у меня сколько? 28%. Ну, можно уже что-то сделать. Давайте. Да, что ты узнаешь?
It's just so many walls all over Martinez, weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeling.
Ладно, я понял. Хорошо. Драма. К сожалению, не работает. Ну, там было не так уж много, кстати. Так, чисто на бум. Давайте в подвал. А, вот бутылки стоят. Как я их пропустил. Это ж все-таки деньги. А, еще вот тут я не говорил, кстати, еще. Вот тут вот. Вот, давай.
An old call box with a matrix of East Delta Commerce Center.
Так.
This must be the name of the doomed commercial
Низкий
area.
шанс. Сила воли.
This button looks new, but someone has removed the name card. Nothing happens when you try to ring it.
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
Silence. No one answers your call. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to talk to you. Silence. No one answers the doorbell. Silence. No one's home at Fortress Accident.
Хорошо. Сила воли. У нас есть что-то по поводу? Чтобы усилить силу воли, есть? По-моему, нету. Да, нету. Ну что ж, придется в любом случае пробовать. 20% это не так прям уж, чтобы мало. Давайте попробуем.
Whatever she says, it can't hurt you. You're a different person now.
Чтобы она там не говорила, это не может ранить тебя. Теперь ты совершенно другой человек. Ты сильнее, здоровее.
Alright, maybe not healthier, but it's a bonus that you've drunk so hard you can't remember any of your past relationships. Oblivion's the ace in your corner. There's a light buzz as you press the doorbell, waiting for her to answer the call. There's the static again, whispering like a seashell pressed.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come to place an order?
Это, наверное, голос ее... Ну, не, ну тут как бы понятно, что это голос его бывшей, как бы. Вот. И наверняка она здесь работала просто в этом месте. Вот почему ему кажется, что ему кто-то отвечает. Хотя на самом деле это его, вот эта штука в его голове просто происходит. Здравствуйте, это снова я хочу говорить с вами. Когда мы с вами в прошлый раз разговаривали? Мы с кем-то спутали. Здравствуйте, это снова я хочу говорить с вами. Господи.
Here come the bad vibes again. Relax. Distance yourself from it.
Что?
It's you.
Это ты.
My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice again.
Wait, is she...
Michelle, just please. Why did you even call? I don't understand.
Is this some kind of joke?
Да.
The voice from the intercom doesn't answer, but you can hear her breathing. Wind blows into your microphone again, crackling and echoing in the box.
Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean. It's so nice.
And then it hits you.
Конечно,
she
запись,
tries again
ёпта.
not to cry, and still doesn't succeed completely. Her quiet sobs sound old and distant, as if her voice is being played off a wax cylinder. Her sound melts into the static from a long-distance phone call. From time to time, you can hear people. This is where you hung up the call the last time, but the recording is still going. A phone rings in the office with an old-fashioned chime, and someone walks by in a pair of heels. The static is like a warm blanket wrapped around. No one replies, but the static grows stronger like rainfall. Then a female voice. Her words are too cold to comprehend. She smells of sodium lights and rain streaks on car windows. Eyes like pilot lights watch your shape in dark hallways, guttering.
So... it was a recording trapped in the circuitry from some ancient tenant. This sometimes happens. Shall we conclude here? We have other mysteries to solve. Don't take this the wrong way, but during our short stint working together, something weird is almost always happening to you.
That is
Так и
true.
есть. Это правда. Ладно, все, мы на этом закончили. Поехали дальше внутрь. Тут мне что-то нужно найти, кстати. Вот здесь. Вот тут. А если быть точным, то вот тут.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around
Повернуть
it
ручку на машине для
slowly melting.
мороженого.
Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur. What better to assuage the creeping sense of failure than some frozen fat and sugar?
Ну, недостаточно надежная монтировка. Серьезно? Может быть, что-то сделать.
Both cables are unplugged from somewhere. A machine hums along with the current, happy and contented.
Хорошо.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and
Понятно.
Only the black cable is plugged into something close to you.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
То есть мне нужна еще монтировка, типа пиздатая, да? Я правильно понял?
This orange machine is dead still.
Да.
It has a hand-cranked ice cream.
А как найти хорошую монтировку? Вот это интересно. Ладно, давайте попробуем вот тут что-нибудь сотворить.
A thick layer of coal dust covers
О,
the furnace,
58.
coloring it pitch black.
Кликнуть в котелы, если тут есть, то давайте еще раз попробуем. Да, есть! Наконец-то, наконец-то. С третьего раза.
A mighty bellow echoes
Какая-то
throughout the
часть
chimney's
двигается наружу,
depths.
могучий релажер.
The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease.
Кто это? Отвечает женский голос.
You've awakened
Ты
the
пробудил
entity.
сущность. Это полиция, кто там?
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There is something going on the second floor.
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain being pulled
Вот,
aside.
наконец-то квест прошел.
After you, officer.
Лейтенант кивает, детей показано, после вас, офицер. Поехали. Так, тут нам пригодится фонарик. Хотя, знаете, фонарик. Может, ну-ка, чук. Давай. Это Elysium. Это что?
Looks like someone tried to reconceptualize their business here. Look, the skis and rotor blades both bear the same slipstream logo. It seems likely that they started out making one, failed to turn a profit, and then pivoted to producing the other. That's a good question. Reality is ruthless.
Да, это верно. Погнали дальше. О, смотрите-ка. Опачки. О, хуя. Интересно. В лотке полно игральных костей разнообразных форм и цветов. Их тут сотни. Автомат с конфетами переделали под хранение 1000 кубиков. Так.
Hello.
Так.
I'm Nia.
Резчица игральных костей, нихуя себе.
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Melius. So what kind of die are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade. For now. She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Так, это очень интересно. Так.
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking.
Феликс, ты тут? Вы, наверное, меня с кем-то перепутали. Я не стучал в окно.
Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind? I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set. Unless you want something
Ого,
really
10
unusual.
реалов.
Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shells like this person means you or no one else. Absolutely no harm. She will answer freely and honestly.
О, хоть кто-то нормальный.
No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there. Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items.
Это да, это да.
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
Who cares about the dead body? We might be dealing with a malignant entity here. The lieutenant looks at his notebook, then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window. It's an odd profession, making dice for people, but I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
Ты сидишь дома, блядь, вообще-то.
Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids, and lately I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid. I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness.
It's light here, but dark in the yard at night.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone.
She nods.
Anything else, officer? We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her about the curse.
Creative.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
Oh shit. Ни хрена себе. Ни хрена себе.
Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project. That explains why you can call the whirling from the intercom, albeit I doubt that anyone responds.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the Dune commercial area. The darkness of this place is there, too.
Right, it used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure, before my time. I'm not surprised, however. My advice? Don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, floriography, trick track, especially pinball.
Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for years. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the bookstore. Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago. Are you sure it wasn't just some kids playing a prank on you?
No, it was something else. It was eerie. It was too real to be just a prank. Either we're dealing with a professional actress, or...
A prank is more likely, no? Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity. Sure, I'm listening. There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came. Yeah, the Attila didn't know it either. They produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection. Actually, insects do have brains, but yes, I understand what you're saying. I think the protesters took it a little too far.
As she shifts around, you notice several dead flies on the windowsill in front of her. Legs up. They're not moving.
Anything else? Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Sounds like she really didn't like those girls. Fritta does the same thing.
Да. Прям как во Фритта, да. Естественно, я сразу об этом подумал.
Employing silky teenage girls is a widespread practice, yes. Unfortunately, they always come in packs. I'm talking about acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the shop. At least that's what happened with Revachol ICT. And they already had the bear. The bear. Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Revachol ICT lost the price war to its rival, Class A 5000. Class A 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges. You did what? Ugh, of course they left it plugged in. Even in death, the bear is costing them money. The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. He called it Megatherion.
Sounds cool.
It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life. By telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
A wise and noble beast, guiding you toward the land where the streets are paved with drugs.
Very good. You shouldn't do them. You're a police officer after all. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
Little sparkling embers under the window.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps?
Текста
I've been
дохуища,
here for
пиздец.
a long time. Fortress Accident, the radio game studio. They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral. They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules. The usual, they ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time. Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
That's what I thought, because when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep up new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic, and to show up to work on time.
Showing up to work on time is hard. No, scratch that. Showing up to work at all is difficult, especially if you've been drinking.
And so is producing something extraordinary. Anything else? They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money. Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is.
Прикольно.
Sure, it's illegal, but it's not exactly anything extraordinary in business. Besides, Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those skis and blades are...
They were just the props. Why return them? Maybe you could make a sword out of one. No, wait, forget it. It would take too long.
You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs.
Принимал наркотики.
But what drugs exactly?
He got high on some weird taxidermy chemicals. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. Eventually, they caused him to lose control of his bladder. The smell was awful.
Even you can probably do better than that.
Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milias. Who would...
What's the snuff milieu?
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own. It's a sub-Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that, as if it's just another piece of information to lay out for the world.
Она такая же, как и вот этот вот чувак. Они были бы прекрасной парой, как и лейтенант, кстати.
What does she mean to get off on it?
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators. It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club, a community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime. A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back. Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth. Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard. I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid. It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
You should have known it. It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs like that.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since. Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
Андрогин, понятно.
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad.
You're right. It looks like you haven't let anyone near your hair in a long time. I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work. Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else? I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. It's just capitalism. We only hear about tales of success, so it's often surprising to realize how many ventures actually fail. Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow? Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in racks? Some people say it's part of the building complex. And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years,
14 лет,
selling
нихуя.
novelty dice to role-playing
Нихуя.
enthusiasts.
И чё, про
Not
неё никто
exactly a
типа не
million
знает?
real
Это просто,
business
это
idea,
просто
yet
максимально тупо.
somehow I've survived
Ну,
despite the talk of
представьте,
malicious
живет
energies.
баба, она чё, в магазин не
Strange,
ходит?
isn't it?
К ней вроде клиенты должны приходить, и чё, никто не знает, что тут какая-то баба занимается своим мелким каким-то бизнесом, что ли? Ну это же бред полнейший, блядь. И что вот это вот в книжном магазине хозяйка не знает об этом, это полный бред вообще. Полный бред, тем более 14 лет, нихуя себе, блядь. Это не вписывается вообще в рамки нормальности.
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
Malignant entity? What does that even mean? Some kind of sorceress? What about you, officer? Do you think I'm the malignant entity?
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
Exactly. Truth is always so disappointingly mundane and boring. But I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else I can help you with today?
That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see. Plaisance is not going to like what you have to tell her.
Почему ее предприятие осталось на плаву? Блять, 3% всего лишь. Даже пробовать не стоит. Трепет, блять.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
Вы знаете игру «Покинутый мир» Вирла? Я бы хотел игральную кость для нее. Проклятые игральные кости. Расскажите мне самые необычные игральные кости, которые у вас есть.
A star that fell from the firmament? Those cost more than 7 real. Are you sure?
Такие стоят больше 7 реалов.
Alright,
Так.
maybe some other die then. What do you mean by cursed? Alright, how about I surprise you? Come back in 8 hours with 7 real, and I'll give you your cursed die. Maybe you have some other ideas for dice? I think I have just the right one for you. You're a police officer, right? Here, catch. They're a gift from me.
О, подарок, ничего себе.
A beautiful woman
Подарки люблю.
tossing you a gift. Whatever you do, don't overthink it.
42%.
You overthink
так и
it.
знал.
Your hands can't agree what to do, and the 2 dice drop to the floor and scatter in opposite directions, like pearls from a
плохо.
broken string. The blue one
Слишком
disappears
долго
down the
думал твои
pit
руки.
in the center of the room.
Блять.
Ah, down the drain, like your career.
Прям как ваша
I apologize, officer. That comment was unnecessary. That one is made of bloodstone with a lapis lazuli inlay. The other one was the inverse. They were a set, you see, but now the set is broken.
Блять, а чё, я ее не могу найти, что ли?
It's a
Блять.
shame. They might have brought you luck. You definitely need luck in Martinez.
Is she pitying you? Good God, she's pitying you.
Now, was there anything else?
The 15th Indo tribe.
Ага, это вот она. Это она, да.
Because there was. The 15th Indo tribe was comprised of 8 kids from Forberg and North Jamrock, running from wild dogs in the valley, hiding scents under rocks, and stealing clothes off clotheslines, and sometimes even the copper wiring of phone lines. You may have been one of them. This must be a childhood memory. The 15th Indo tribe was your Indo tribe, set to rule in Cylinder. The rest of the kids are dead now. Car accidents and drug overdoses.
10 сантимов за каждую проверенную зеленую сферу. Эквилибристика. Лимит улучшения повышен до 6. Ну давай. Хорошо. Окей. Эквилибристика, блядь. Да, не помогло мне это. Ну все, кажется, я проебал. Ну-ка. Это что? Куда мне ее? А, вот, журнал. Че она дает? -2 авторитет, внутренняя империя, эмпатия. Пиздец. Пиздец. Ежели предметы. Вот он. Это 20-гранная. Карта в журнале. Блин. Чуваки, не поймал я. К сожалению. Ну ладно, хорошо. Тихо. Что тут было? Что тут было? Есть тут что-то? Слушайте, давайте спустимся вниз. А, не-не-не, вот.
A thick layer of cold.
Понятно. Не смог я поймать, короче.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner, and you slip your fingers under the frozen lid. But the ice is too
Мистер
cold for
Хайд,
you
здорово,
to get a good
слушаю
grip.
новых
A
ушах.
pry-bar would come in handy here.
Здорово, здорово. И как слышно? Ты просовываешь пальцы под замерзшую... Сколько они держат, кстати? Ты уже пробовал на разряд их тестировать? Сколько они часов выдерживают? Со 100% зарядкой. Ты просовываешь пальцы под замерзшую крышку. Однако лед слишком холодный, не дает хорошенько хватиться. Здесь пригодилась бы монтировка.
No, this is going to need something else.
Этого будет
Some
достаточно.
kind
Здесь
of
нужна
super
какая-нибудь супер
pry-bar.
монтировка. Может даже
Don't
не
even try to open it with a
открыть
regular
крышку
pry-bar.
обычным инструментом.
You're
Это
just
просто
wasting
время.
your time.
Да я понимаю. Детализация на 10 голов выше.
If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry-bar in your hand.
А слушайте, может быть, я этой монтировкой смогу. Почему бы и нет?
This orange machine is dead still.
3%. Да хуй с ним,
It
давайте
has a
попробуем.
hand
Может,
crank. The
сработает.
ice squeaks beneath the pry-bar. You think you've got the bar jammed in there pretty well, but the lid's you see the pry-bar's metal handle bending.
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it, but this ice cream maker is frozen shut. It takes an advanced tool to get it open.
Во. И где же нам его взять?
I have no idea, officer. This ice cream maker isn't important enough to requisition a special tool.
Sooner or later, you will stumble upon a tool mighty
Звук. Так,
Then we
подожди.
will know what's in this
У меня же еще в
mysterious ice cream maker.
телефоне Dolby Atmos. Звук заебись. Сколько держит хз, я их вчера зарядил и только начал юзать. Потом расскажешь. Потом расскажешь. Так. Ну ладно, погнали дальше. Вот опять забагался, видимо, видите, что крутится у него над головой. Забагался, наверное. Так. Там, эта подруга там курит наверху. К ней бы выбежать.
Have you come to make your offering to Kuno?
Вот выпей, сынок, это алкоголь. Он нас сделает друзьями. Протянул бутылку с выпивкой. Давай ему дадим, похуй.
Stay the fuck away from Kuno. You smell like bum shit. Kuno's not a bum. Kuno doesn't touch that shit. What? Do you think Kuno's fucking 80 years old? Trying to bring me bum juice? Make the Kuno paranoid?
Бля, я бы этого чувака просто урыл бы, блядь, в этой грязи прям там на месте, блядь, пидораса, блядь.
Just because you get high off that shit doesn't mean Kuno has to fuck himself with that fermented piss and shit mix.
Смесью говна и мочи.
Trying to get a 12-year-old hooked on the shit shake?
Alcohol use has been declining in the under 16 bracket this past decade.
Ну ладно, пидорас мелкий, блядь, хорошо. Надо тут хуйню взломать.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material.
Еще раз про восприятие. 70%. Я могу там что-то еще повысить с помощью одежды? Грубая сила, концептуализация мышления. Нет. Это максимум. Ну ладно.
Pile of the roofing material. Eternite.
Давайте.
Because it's nice and orderly.
Тут, сука, шутишь 72%, блядь. Потому что все уложено тщательно, аккуратно. Пидорасы, блядь.
No. There's more to this.
Нет.
You get this strange
Тут что-то еще. У тебя какое-то странное чувство. Какое чувство?
Hard to say. It's gone now.
Чувство проходит, знаешь,
Feelings pass, you see.
значительные.
Especially the small ones.
Сука. Блядь. Да ты шутишь нахуй. Пиздец. Я опять проебался. Надо как-то, блядь, я не знаю, вот к тёлке к этой выйти. Она курит наверху. Сидит. Хорошо. Ладно, я понял.
The tracks are as they have ever been, a bit more worn perhaps. Fortunately, the street sweeper still hasn't noticed their presence.
That's plausible. A similar reckless abandon seems to be in evidence.
Да-да-да. Блядь, 72% не кокнуло. Ёбаный ты рот, блядь. О, тихо, что было? Похоже, это эротическая литература, но без настоящей эротики. Сука. Ладно, погнали. А расскажи, как ты вообще их купил за такую цену. Я знаю, что у них там цена упала, по-моему, 2200 с копейками, да? Вот. А что ты там еще такого применял, что у тебя скидка была 750 рублей? Можно, ну, я округляю, ты понял. Что такое? Откуда 750 рублей скидки, блядь? Давайте попробуем взломать. Ну. Не работает. Сука. Ну ладно, давайте попробуем труп снять тогда. Ладно, хорошо. Погнали. Это 1500 за них. Очень соблазнительная цена, я тебе хочу сказать. Она как раз идеально вписывается в мою концепцию покупки наушников за 20 баксов. Ну ты помнишь, да, разговоры вот эти в прошлом году? Я просто почему? Я бы давно купил бы, наверное, но просто я боюсь их разъебать куда-нибудь там. Я обычно, знаешь, там в ванну хожу, там, блядь, в туалет, блядь, вот с этой хуйней. И в очко упадет там куда-нибудь, или там в раковину, и пизда им будет. Это один из, ну, как бы, один из сдерживающих факторов покупки.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now. As you breathe in, the odor comes over you.
Там от 200 на 500 рублей активируется, и еще купон 200 рублей стакнулся сверху. О, ну, слушай. Блять, мог бы мне написать, черкануть, типа, чувак, там, типа, как сказать, на 500 рублей активируется. Ну, типа, скидки есть на эти наушники, черканул бы мне, ёпта. Взял там крысу, как обычно, в одну харю, блядь, заюзал и сказал только через 2 недели, что ты их заказал, ёпта. Ну, как всегда, хули. Говори, братишка, блядь, называется. Ты вдыхаешь, и на тебя накатывает вонь. Мозг настойчиво кричит: беги, а желудок хочет вырваться на замок. Когда щуришь глаза, пускаешь руки по бокам и продолжаешь стоять посреди этого запаха. Это всегда так? Всю неделю, да, продолжать в самом разгаре. Так я ж тебе кидал скрин. Так это было когда, блядь? К тому моменту, когда ты хуй его знает, блядь. Уже можем, ты мог заказать ее там, а скинуть скрин там через 2 недели, грубо говоря. Я ж не знаю, ты ж день в день типа скинул, хочешь сказать? Спустя неделю, да. Так, подойти ближе. А мужчин нет одежды, только нижнее белье. Что у него, блядь, вот что это такое?
And blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength.
Крепким для промышленного применения. День оплаты. Ну ладно. Так, смотрите, ботинки. Ботинки самые интересные, кстати, здесь.
The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick, delicate, and fragile. They feel alien to the world around you. Out of place somewhere.
Да, действительно неуместные. Да.
These are clearly not boots.
Броня, возможно, часть комплекта.
Possibly part of a larger set.
Это да, больше на броню похоже. Ты не то, что это есть броня, блядь.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots.
Действительно, зажав блокнот под мышкой. Лейтенант приседает, зажав блокнот под мышкой. Лейтенант приседает, чтобы изучить подошву.
Oh, the lieutenant uses a memo technique, A6. That's not just any notebook. It's a classic. It's clearly some manner of super armor or future armor. Super future armor? I'm useless.
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be. Under the hill. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff. Piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd if they didn't. We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know. No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirt we found to get to it. And this kind of armor is often worn under fabrics.
Nice. That makes sense.
They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre, the Mazda, the Besmerties and the like. This one still has his underpants.
Fucking talking about underpants.
Clearly, Kuno would like to interject something here, but there's not enough for him to hold on to.
It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics. For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
Нихуйно.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real, unadjusted for rank.
То есть это что-то по типу 25 тысяч почти реалов стоит эта броня. Нихуево. С учетом того, что у меня в кармане 41,88. Но если поменять единицу с четверкой, вы поняли, да? За. Так, все западные. Так, погоди. То есть я получаю 500 реалов в год. Поближе дед каким-нибудь ботинкам. Это много, как я понимаю. Ну, ботинки-то можно продать. Я так полагаю. Это неплохо.
By catching, do you mean let's not log them as evidence? Let's steal them?
Просто украдем.
What was that about the constabulatory before? You need to push some buttons if you want to recruit the lieutenant in a conspiracy.
Можно ночью снять с него эти ботинки. Когда он ляжет спать, мы снимем ботинки с него и продадим, блядь, в этот ломбард. Что он там говорил про полицейское управление? Если хочешь тянуть в этот лейтенант, придется нажать на нужные кнопки. Нет, я не это хотел сказать. Да, баблишка. Значит, именно это. Если полицейское управление тянет резину, почему бы не начать действовать самим? Не то хорошие парни так и продолжат умирать.
So they don't get shot in the
Чтобы
foot?
никого не подстрелили в ногу. Думаю, с нашими конечностями все будет в порядке без ботинок мертвеца. Ой. Ну что ж, я обещал, что это сработает. Пришло время вернуться к расследованию. Блять.
It is. We've requested for a full...
For the northwest region of Revachol.
By catching.
What was that about the constabulatory before? You need to push some buttons if you want to...
Нет.
It means disciplinary hearing.
Дисциплинарное взыскание. Лейтенант кивает, втирая палец в рукав. Бля. Как этот человек мог позволить себе такое дорогое бомбардирование?
That's for us to find out. Mr. Gart implied he was security personnel for the harbor company. This confirms my own assumptions.
Мои догадки. А что в предварительном отчете?
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup. The pry bar in your hand is itching for some action.
С размаху ударить по ботинку монтировкой. Но мне кажется, что от выстрелов она защитит, а если монтировкой въебать, она рассыпется, наверное. По звуку кажется хрупким.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally from place to plate, dissipating it entirely. See?
Faint organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates until there are hundreds of them altogether. Like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant wood materials, like lignum vitae and ebony perhaps.
Вдохновением от высокопорочной древесных пород вложено. Я так-то на самом деле привык, что ты там, блядь, что-нибудь можешь там кинуть там через месяц, блядь, там, или там через 1,5 месяца. Вот. Какую-нибудь херню, типа, да я вот купил там, а уже там прошло хуй там тучу времени, блядь. Это ж редкие случаи, когда вот так вот день в день происходит. Так, а как паркетные доски, конструкция, где-то низко.
If trees were made of porcelain, this is what their cross-sections would look like. The smooth, glossy surface fractures into ever more intricate interconnections, peaking on the right sabaton, where you notice.
Что?
The whorls are in the shape of a letter and number combination.
Ух, ебать.
E50, 100,
А,
1000.
я думал, это евро, блядь. Складывается буквы и номер. Похож на правом сабатоне указан.
Good. Can you read it to me?
Прочитайте, написать языком. Сош кончика шариковая.
X5415 6745 678222. Let's lie.
Ага. Типа для чего это нужно сделать? Месье, скажите. X. Ага. Давайте-ка его обманем. Типа для того, чтобы потом эти сапоги, короче, продать, да? Я так полагаю. Денег у меня, кстати, маловато, на самом деле. Надо платить за все, короче. Бля, трудный выбор на самом деле, ёпта. Я ж типа хочу эту всю хуйню расхлебать на самом деле. Вот, а тут получается так, что я тут уже деньги, короче, с одного торговца, ну типа как это сказать, я у него просто попросил денег, там это так выглядело, типа попросить у него денег, а вышло таким боком, что оказалось, что ты как будто у него взятку взял, блядь, на самом деле, вот. Хотя если бы там было напрямую написано, типа вот, ну, потребовать ему взятку, я бы этого не делал, вот. Пиздец, то есть типа наебка такая. И вот тут то же самое, наверное, блядь. Сейчас, если я ему продиктую другой номер, естественно, это чем-то там отзовется, короче, например. То есть это, возможно, помешает кого-то обвинить там или там что-то еще, когда ты найдешь эти зацепки, типа, вот. И потом пропадет вот эта вот улика, короче, типа, у него. Поэтому, блин, эта хуйня, конечно, стоит дохуя, эти сапоги, блин, но если я их сдам, то, наверное, ничего не получится, скорее всего. Поэтому, блять, будем бомжевать, короче.
We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it for us.
Да.
This feels dangerous. Are you sure? The stench fills your nostrils. As you push downward, an ominous creaking sound comes from above.
Stop!
Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Ну да, он может упасть, кстати. Больно. Ой, это плохая идея, да? Лейтенант, вид у тебя тревожный. Что такое? Что? Отпустить ботинок. Что с тобой не так, мудила? Куна, почему он остановился?
I don't know, baby. I don't know why he's such a...
Не знаю, что он такой пидор.
Officer, if I may ask, what were you trying to achieve by putting on the deceased foot?
Отойти, посмотреть на труп.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue.
Прищуриться, отойти назад.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink. This is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. You can use it to see if the corpse has been tampered with. Does his position at the time of death match the discoloration?
Это так уже Дима Роза, это места, которых кровь скопилась в первые часы после смерти, таким образом.
Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
I see it. His neck too. The lividity goes right up his chin. We have good, well-pronounced discoloration here.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his thigh.
So, what do you think?
Что думаете? Я думаю, что он труп. После смерти он пребывал в вертикальном положении. Кожа на руках, ногах, шея потеряла цвет. Из него что-то течет. Его били, видишь, эти синяки.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it. Drop
Лужица крови
by drop.
фекалий проела себе путь сквозь замерзшую грязь под ногами мертвеца. Ой, блядь. Сверху на нее капля за каплей сочится вязкая жижа. Блядь.
The victim appears to have
Похоже, на момент
contained no
смерти
more than
желтой
half a
жертвы было
kilogram
не
of
больше
digestion at
полукилограмма
the time of
переваренной
death.
пищи.
The fuck he's saying?
Пидоры трутся говно. Сука. Вот это нам повезло. Может, он в туалет перед смертью сходил, а черт возьми, я пидор, повернулся и закричать. Ой, блядь, может, он в туалет перед смертью сходил. Вот это нам повезло.
Maybe.
Может. Теме, я думаю, так. Его били, видишь?
I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little sport.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
He means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal like.
Съебал, блядь, по-жесткому.
Agreed. Especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports her hanging. There's always a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first. I agree.
There are crow's feet in his eyes. He's laughing silently. His personality is no longer a part of the world.
Totally dead.
Так.
He is.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils. He slowly rotates before you, decomposing.
Да.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds. His corpse is marked by stars. Alcohol and heartbreak.
A map of the stars. I do see some similarity to astronomical charts. Great Century Messinian, maybe. But this seems more particular. Customized somehow.
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice. The principle of this filter remains unknown to you. The thought dissipates, and you feel as though you were only half right.
So am I.
He wears a wide leather belt around his waist and a gun holster under his arm. He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera.
A Trigger Sunshine. Mini.
Triggered is the world's leading manufacturer of intercommunication devices, primarily projectors. The camera before you looks familiar somehow.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera.
This is the first time he openly acknowledges the kid's existence.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it?
There is only one ampoule left. Use it wisely.
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter, to us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around. Sure, just don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the photo paper, teeming with opportunistic organisms. His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess. The corpse
Бля,
is
пиздец.
dead silent. You have no idea
72%
why you
второй
just
раз
said
подряд проебываю, блядь, ролл. Ёбаный в рот.
Who is he? He is male, 40 to 50, with an athletic build.
The corpse looks right through you as you distance yourself from its stench, eyes like a shark. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt, big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under 6-rotor airships.
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them. The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves. I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes, motivated by the ongoing strike. You? Yes, it often is. This bed worries me. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle.
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory.
I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt, limbs limp and torso covered in tattoos.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done. The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt.
He doesn't actually think the challenge is unique. He thinks it's frustrating, annoying, and harder than he thought.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship strength material. Someone else? You mean like the police? Someone like a paid garbage man? Or a cleaning crew? I have bad news for you. That is a detective.
Серьезно, детектив этим занимается? Вообще-то это коронер этим занимается.
I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast.
Да уже, блядь, кажется, практически поздно, блядь. Мы можем отпилить ветку.
Climb up there and saw the branch?
Отпилить ветку. Да, выглядит опасно.
There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
Отстрелить ремень.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
Да, подросток демонстрирует.
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Удерживает канат на ветке, целься туда. Там, где пряжка, удерживает канат на ветке, целься туда. Лол! Точка, вон там пряжка, я не знаю.
Where? Ah, yes, I see. If the shot hits that, there might be a chance to release the belt.
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain a Kuno with some shit.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss Kuno!
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea.
Надо стрелять, что плохого может случиться, а вообще не надо. Лучше. Погоди, давай я попробую. Молчать, пусть сам решит. Давай.
What else can we do?
Какие еще у нас варианты? Может просить кого-нибудь по рту помочь?
I was really hoping we would.
The
union appeared to be suspect in this case. It seems like a dangerous route to go down.
I would really prefer if there was another way. These people might have an agenda.
Конечно, конечно. У нас вариант. Давай.
But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt like chicken on a skewer.
We are not getting him down already. Not getting him down is a task that's already accomplished. Sadly, it's not our job to keep him up there, but to get him down.
How do you plan to get him down then? With social sensibility? Are you going to educate him down? He breathes out heavily.
Oh yeah, do this!
Да, давай, херач.
I'll blow his head off.
Я стрелю ему голову.
Take it!
Пали шмаляй.
Yeah, take the shot.
Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. Securing it in place. That's a Kiel A1990 Armistice, mass-produced muzzle loader, ascetic, frugal, one of the most common firearms in the world. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back, and says to himself,
God damn it.
Черт побери, не получилось.
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
Пиздец. Я, короче, не смог этому уёбку уродливому ебало разбить, короче, упал в грязь. Этот чувак не смог попасть в этот в замок, этот ебучий, бля, пиздец.
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I didn't do us any favors with that. Remain collegial, officer. It was an honest mistake, and I will not repeat it.
Kuno's sorry too. Kuno feels sorry for the Beano Cloud.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks at the gun in his hand.
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without
Да
assistance.
иди ты в жопу. Я могу сам попробовать отстрелить его, ну.
It's bad as it is, us shooting firearms like punks here. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you.
Он ненадолго
Just don't hit the
умолкает.
victim.
О, но мне доверить это вообще пиздец, блядь. Если он не попал, то я, сука. Ой, это будет чудо, если я попаду. Он ненадолго умолкает, затем плечами продолжает. Ладно, не буду восстанавливать, только постарайтесь не попасть в жертву. Мне нужен пистолет, а у них всего один ствол.
Oops.
Да уж.
This is the sorriest pair of pigs Kuno's ever seen.
Officer, why do we only have one gun?
Пистолет, спрашивает он, осторожно заряжая свой пистоль. Помнишь, я тебе рассказывал, что...
That is even more unfortunate than the badge. You need to contact your station about it as soon as possible. Try not to lose this one, please.
Протягивайте блестящее оружие. Постарайтесь, пожалуйста, хоть этот не потерять. Взять пистолет. Так. Ебучий. Возьми и выстрели себе в пасть. Сначала весь пистолет в руке.
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right through the guard, instinctively resting on the trigger.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth.
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand supporting your gun arm.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
Тут уж точно не промахнешься. Направить пистолет на Куну. 28%. Ну это пиздец вообще, блядь. Сначала закрыть левый
Your
глаз.
field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming entirely two-dimensional. The metal buckle glimmers, catching the noonlight, the slow movement of the branch in the wind, and your shoulders directing the gun sink up, dancing hypnotically.
Look, he's crying.
Что он плачет, давай поплачь. Погари, ёбаный. 42% увеличил шансы. Ну поехали. Мимо, да? Ебать, и попал в него, блядь, прям, ёпта, пиздец.
A plume of smoke erupts from
Это
the
просто
barrel.
рофл.
Your hand goes numb from the explosion.
Из
With
ствола
your ears
поднимается
still
дым,
ringing,
рука
you
отнимела
lower the
подачу, а
weapon to
ушах все еще
see
нет.
what
Ты
happened.
пускаешь посмотреть, чтобы посмотреть, что произошло.
You missed the belt,
Ремень не попал,
but
зато попал
hit the
точнёхонько
cold
в грудь.
straight in the
В грудь!
chest.
Ты как можно в грудь
Bits of
попасть?
ribcage protrude from the skin. No blood,
А из-под кожи,
only
из-под
a murky
интерьера
sludge
крови
dripping
нет, только
down
мутная
his
слизь,
belly.
стекающая по
The
животу.
sudden
Внезапной
stink
вони слеза
makes
с
your eyes
носа.
water.
Oh my god, he's gonna fucking cry. I knew it.
Пиздец,
What a monk.
пиздец. Просто рофл. Божечки даже сейчас заплачет, так и знала. Вот ведь. Тянется, они пистолетом явно что-то не так, и с ним невозможно попасть. Достаточно, я больше не хочу, это скучно. Ведь ты же очень чувствительный. Вот.
The armistice is sufficiently precise,
Особенно так он
especially at close
он
range.
забирает пистолет, прячет его в кобуру,
It's not the
блядь.
gun's fault you can't shoot.
Пистолет не
It's your
виноват,
pig
что ты
hands.
стрелять не умеешь, легавый. Просто у тебя руки из жопы растут.
Pigs don't have hands. They
Легалов
have
вообще
like
нет рук, у них же типа лапы,
hooves.
сечешь.
Kuno has hands. Kuno can shoot that shit down for you.
Красневшие от холода пальцы. Нет Куна. Уж если его не могу отстрелить я, никаких больше выстрелов. Лейтенант, нам придется доверить Куна ваше табельное оружие. Он говорит, что может отстрелить тело с дерева. Возмутительный бред, никакого пистолета ты, пацан, не получишь. Ну, блядь, ну, естественно, пиздюку давать оружие, да камон. Вдруг он отстрелит, короче... Ну, он же типа... Ну, это пиздец. По рофлу только если, но я не знаю. Вообще, в реальности я бы не дал бы ему ствол. Он говорит, что может отстрелить тело.
The lieutenant does not dignify that with an answer. He snaps the
We still need to get him
Все еще
down
нужно каким-то
somehow.
способом найти. Вот это теперь в его голосе чувствуется усталость. Воин заставляет его отвернуться от трупа. Ну каким?
The bad way. The way I didn't want us to.
Которым я не хотел вздыхать, придется
By asking the
воину
harbor
в порту
for help.
помочь нам. У них есть и
They have the
инструменты,
tools and the
раз уж они не смогли
men. If they
повесить
put
его
him up
здесь,
there,
смогут и снять.
they can take him down too.
Ну разве это не
To ask
опасно?
the suspect for help with the
Просить
victim's
потерянного
body.
с трупом, просить
To be indebted to Everard Clare?
О, да, это
Very
очень
much,
опасно. Именно
yes.
поэтому я
Which
предпочел,
is why I
что
would have
избавиться
preferred
своими
us to
силами.
handle. Clearly
Как-
we can't.
Но мы очевидно не можем. Сосните хуйца, сучечки. Почему нельзя становиться должником Лорда Клэра?
He's a dangerous and corrupt man, and we cannot predict what he will want from us in return.
Почему он заходит на меня на услугу?
Yeah, don't go being someone
Думаете,
else's
стать чьими-то
bitches.
сучками?
You're
Вы уже
Kuno's
сучки
bitches.
Куна.
From the gates, by negotiating or fighting. I'm unenthusiastic about fighting. Or we can try to find some secret third path.
Секретный проход,
It's
что
an
невероятно, конечно.
To the gates.
К воротам,
Let's
не
negotiate.
приговора. Куда за дело уйти? Блять. Все супер плохо, ребят. Ебать. Ну ладно, я еще не попал, типа алкоголик, наркоман, там еще такое прочее, блядь. Но почему не попал Кицураги? Почему Кицураги не попал? Вот вопрос в чем. Это просто пиздец какой-то. Ну, перезагружаться я не буду, конечно. У меня есть принцип такой, что раз ты что-то там нажал, что-то не получилось, значит все. Короче, другого выбора у нас не будет. Ага, у нас одно очко есть. И что там? Эмпатия. Действуйте зеркально, неровно. Заявите себе. Внушение. Внушение я не могу. К сожалению. Техника, эквилибристика, скорость реакции. Восприятие. Логика, энциклопедия, риторика, драма. Концептуализация, визуальный анализ. Электрохимия. Трепет. Запугивайте людей. Восприятие. Пусть будет восприятие пока что.
You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting now. What's in there? In that dark sarcophagus? Yes, yes. How was it?
Tell her how ghastly it was. You know it's what she wants to hear.
But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. Have you located the entity? naughty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep. I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
The narrative she's built herself, it does need tearing down.
Я тоже так думаю.
Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
Wait, what? The entire economic system is cursed?
Блядь, дуристик, пиздец.
Cleansed? What do you... I understand what's going on here. You went in there, rummaged around, and accomplished nothing. And now you're telling me these intellectual things to cover up for it. It's okay. You don't have to. I was wrong to trust another person. I will manage this psychic calamity as I always have. Alone. Oh, thank you for nothing. Please, do buy some books, or be on your way.
Wow. Total psychic collapse between you two right now. There was never any other way this could have gone. She's just too far gone into...
I am sorry we had to disappoint you, ma'am. Can we go now?
A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of biographies.
Ну что ж, пора делать